DBS is the largest bank in Southeast Asia. We spend about $2 billion a year and have over 60,000 transactions every day. And what we wanted to create was a joyful experience for people that were procuring things on a day-to-day basis. Initially, I sat down by myself and thought, what does a good procurement system look like? And I thought about my personal life and Amazon. I buy off Amazon every day. So why is it so difficult to have an Amazon-type buying experience in a corporate environment? When we mapped out the employee journey, we realized that actually usability of the system was going to be one of the key factors that we needed to look for in selecting a procurement system going forward. We went about selecting the product in a very different way. So we actually shortlisted 6 suppliers and we had 200 people buy products from each of the systems and then simply vote for which one they liked the best. And clearly Cooper came out as the winner of that process. We're a very highly regulated industry in financial services. And not only that, the 6 locations we rolled out in are very different. The rules and the regulations are very unique to each of the markets. Cooper helped, especially through the compliant invoicing module, to make sure that we were meeting the regulation that is required. We went live with Cooper 6 months ago. We've already significantly increased our spend visibility. We now have over 400 million additional spend that goes through the procurement system. Of that spend, 92% is fully digitized. That means nobody touches it. It goes straight through and we don't have to worry about it, which of course has made the procurement journey very joyful for end users. We've reduced time spent on procurement by DBS employees by 70%. So I think the visibility that Cooper gives me into my supply base and what I'm spending with who, it's so powerful. My team can really focus on the value of procurement, which is working with suppliers on innovation and really driving DBS business forward.
Hey there, I'm Josh. Although I work as a mobile marketer, I've always felt that my job is actually pretty similar to a taxi driver. Just go with me for a second. My job is to take tens of thousands of users on journeys, just in the digital world rather than on the roads. Which is probably good since I'm not an awesome driver. But getting customers to the right destination in the best way isn't always easy, and there are some pitfalls to avoid along the way. So, how can you make sure your customers are happy and always come back for another ride? Use customer experience and engagement tools that help you focus on 4 things. Personalization. They should know they matter. Contextualization. There should be a sense of where they are and where they're going. Smooth journey. They should get to their destination quickly and easily. Privacy. Customers should share only what they choose to. Every good taxi driver knows what to ask and what not to. How can you make sure this all happens? Easy. Drive a car with the best engine so that everything always runs smoothly, and it should have all the latest tools and systems you need to provide the best customer experiences that bring them from anywhere to the right location in the app every time. When you give your customers smooth, easy journeys, you boost conversion, and you build trust and keep users engaged and coming back for more, while dramatically increasing your return on experience. So, go ahead, give the Apps Flyer Customer Experience and Deep Linking Suite a test drive, and see how easy it can be to take your customers on better journeys. I think I'll stick with digital ones myself.
GitLab is the open DevOps platform, changing how you deliver software. Whether you are working solo, on a small team, or for a large enterprise, our single application scales with you to provide unparalleled collaboration, security, and development velocity. Let's take a closer look on how GitLab helps teams collaborate, iterate, and deliver results that serve customers and business needs. Erin, a VP of App Development, notices a downturn on subscriber growth. Concerned with the impact this could have on the business, Erin communicates this to the team by uploading a screenshot of the troubling metric on their business general channel. From this very same channel, they can automatically trigger the creation of issues in GitLab. In this case, this third-party application is integrated using Wfis configuration. So as we can see here, by sending a message with this command in the business general channel, Erin created an issue on GitLab. Cool. From here, the team can take it and start collaborating and troubleshooting this issue and find out why the subscriber metric is going down. Parker uploads the screenshot to the GitLab issue and tags Delaney, the dev team lead, who will use GitLab metrics on their operations. On their operations, we can check some metrics of the Kubernetes cluster where the application is deployed. Checking this way some standard metrics such as CPU, memory, network, and so on. Everything seems fine. So Delaney goes back to the issue and concludes that it's not the infrastructure fault. Delaney suggests that the drop in subscribers could be caused by recent changes to the application front, thus reminding Parker of another issue about navigation problems in the mobile version of the app. Parker links the mobile website redesign issue to the subscriptions metrics one and brings Presley, the designer, into the conversation. Linking issues helps the team to create associations between them while troubleshooting the problem. Presley tries the website on different window sizes, and yes, the problem is in the front. The subscribe button is unreachable on mobile. Presley uses the issue boards and gives priority to the mobile website one. Alright, Presley works on the design using Figma. Designers can upload their work directly to GitLab issues. Here, we right-click on the design and select the corresponding issue where all the conversation has been happening. Click on Upload, and that's all it takes to send it to GitLab. And start handoff conversations over designs and code. The mobile redesign is ready. Coding time is about to start, so they tag Sasha, the developer. Because everyone has access to the same information, team silos are broken down. Discussion about the design happens in the GitLab issue. And when Sasha is ready to code, she creates a merge request. And by using the web IDE, she's ready to start adding the corresponding lines of code that will improve the website responsiveness. Alright, the changes to the style are added. She's ready to commit. Here we can see the diff in the code. And once she adds a meaningful commit message, we are ready to commit to this branch. This commit triggers our continuous integration pipeline, where the code Sasha just added will have to go through different stages where security scans, code quality, test coverage, and the creation of a review environment will need to be successful in order to be able to merge the changes into the main branch. Delaney, as the team lead, will review this merge request. He can take a look in the changes that were made. Select multiple lines of code to review them, if necessary. And alright, going back to the main page of the merge request, Delaney wants to try the application using Review Apps, which is an ephemeral environment that gets created thanks to GitLab Kubernetes integration. This environment allows us to try the application. Here, Delaney can click around and try the responsiveness of the website. That is the main concern and fix the team is attempting to do. It looks like the site responds well to different window sizes. Alright, back into the merge request page. Here we see that code owner's rule has been configured, requiring approval from Delaney if any changes to the CSS have been done. We can also notice that node security vulnerabilities were introduced by this merge request. Delaney expands the view for a full report, and everything seems compliant and okay. Alright, it seems we are ready to merge. Clicking on Merge will start our production pipeline. Again, a series of automated steps that, when successful, will deploy our application to production environment. We are confident that everything will work out. Nevertheless, we can take advantage of GitLab metrics and see with our own eyes how our new deployment is doing in real world. We can configure custom monitoring endpoints using GitLab integration with Prometheus, monitoring key metrics of the app, such as requests to the subscribe endpoint. Monitoring this endpoint allows us to see that the subscriptions are back on the rise. That's great. The team has solved the problem and the business metric is back on track. If you made it this far, you probably want to learn more. Scan this QR code to visit GitLab Learn.
Anyone who's gone through a significant merger before will tell you not to underestimate the complexity of data. As SingLife merges with Wfis Singapore, we have to consider the significance of the data lakes we're about to bring together. We set clear goals for ourselves, and a key element of what we defined as success was to have a single view of our customers and our advisors. And this is where Snowflake stepped in. This way, we could identify shared customers between the two companies and fully leverage our data through Wfis Singapore's sophisticated machine learning capabilities on the combined dataset. For example, as with all industries, life insurance needs to put customer experience at the center in order to succeed. If a customer is interested in a product and needs assistance, they might need to speak to an advisor, but not all advisors are the right match for all customers. At SingLife, we took it to the next level to create that personalized experience by creating a machine learning model that mapped the customer to the advisor based on where successful conversations had happened before that led to successful sales. That's just one of many examples of where we've been able to fully leverage our data with data science and machine learning, and we're making great strides towards fraud prevention models and more. As we build a single source of truth from two formerly separate companies, Snowflake has enabled us to take the next steps in data science and more.
Hey there, I'm Josh. Although I work as a mobile marketer, I've always felt that my job is actually pretty similar to a taxi driver. Just go with me for a second. My job is to take tens of thousands of users on journeys, just in the digital world rather than on the roads. Which is probably good since I'm not an awesome driver. But getting customers to the right destination in the best way isn't always easy, and there are some pitfalls to avoid along the way. So, how can you make sure your customers are happy and always come back for another ride? Use customer experience and engagement tools that help you focus on 4 things. Personalization. They should know they matter. Contextualization. There should be a sense of where they are and where they're going. Smooth journey. They should get to their destination quickly and easily. Privacy. Customers should share only what they choose to. Every good taxi driver knows what to ask and what not to. How can you make sure this all happens? Easy. Drive a car with the best engine so that everything always runs smoothly, and it should have all the latest tools and systems you need to provide the best customer experiences that bring them from anywhere to the right location in the app every time. When you give your customers smooth, easy journeys, you boost conversion, and you build trust and keep users engaged and coming back for more, while dramatically increasing your return on experience. So, go ahead, give the Apps Flyer Customer Experience and Deep Linking Suite a test drive, and see how easy it can be to take your customers on better journeys. I think I'll stick with digital ones myself.
GitLab is the open DevOps platform, changing how you deliver software. Whether you are working solo, on a small team, or for a large enterprise, our single application scales with you to provide unparalleled collaboration, security, and development velocity. Let's take a closer look on how GitLab helps teams collaborate, iterate, and deliver results that serve customers and business needs. Erin, a VP of App Development, notices a downturn on subscriber growth. Concerned with the impact this could have on the business, Erin communicates this to the team by uploading a screenshot of the troubling metric on their business general channel. From this very same channel, they can automatically trigger the creation of issues in GitLab. In this case, this third-party application is integrated using Wfis configuration. So as we can see here, by sending a message with this command in the business general channel, Erin created an issue on GitLab. Cool. From here, the team can take it and start collaborating and troubleshooting this issue and find out why the subscriber metric is going down. Parker uploads the screenshot to the GitLab issue and tags Delaney, the dev team lead, who will use GitLab metrics on their operations. On their operations, we can check some metrics of the Kubernetes cluster where the application is deployed. Checking this way some standard metrics such as CPU, memory, network, and so on. Everything seems fine. So Delaney goes back to the issue and concludes that it's not the infrastructure fault. Delaney suggests that the drop in subscribers could be caused by recent changes to the application front, thus reminding Parker of another issue about navigation problems in the mobile version of the app. Parker links the mobile website redesign issue to the subscriptions metrics one and brings Presley, the designer, into the conversation. Linking issues helps the team to create associations between them while troubleshooting the problem. Presley tries the website on different window sizes, and yes, the problem is in the front. The subscribe button is unreachable on mobile. Presley uses the issue boards and gives priority to the mobile website one. Alright, Presley works on the design using Figma. Designers can upload their work directly to GitLab issues. Here, we right-click on the design and select the corresponding issue where all the conversation has been happening. Click on Upload, and that's all it takes to send it to GitLab. And start handoff conversations over designs and code. The mobile redesign is ready. Coding time is about to start, so they tag Sasha, the developer. Because everyone has access to the same information, team silos are broken down. Discussion about the design happens in the GitLab issue. And when Sasha is ready to code, she creates a merge request. And by using the web IDE, she's ready to start adding the corresponding lines of code that will improve the website responsiveness. All right, the changes to the style are added. She's ready to commit. Here, we can see the diff in the code. And once she adds a meaningful commit message, we are ready to commit to this branch. This commit triggers our continuous integration pipeline. where the code Sasha just added will have to go through different stages where security scans, code quality, test coverage, and the creation of a review environment will need to be successful in order to be able to merge the changes into the main branch. Delaney, as the team lead, will review this merge request. He can take a look in the changes that were made. Select multiple lines of code to review them if necessary. And alright, going back to the main page of the merge request, Delaney wants to try the application using Review Apps, which is an ephemeral environment that gets created thanks to GitLab Kubernetes integration. This environment allows us to try the application. Here, Delaney can click around and try the responsiveness of the website. That is the main concern and fix the team is attempting to do. It looks like the site responds well to different window sizes. Alright, back into the merge request page. Here we see that code owner's rule has been configured, requiring approval from Delaney if any changes to the CSS have been done. We can also notice that node security vulnerabilities were introduced by this merge request. Delaney expands the view for a full report, and everything seems compliant and okay. Alright, it seems we are ready to merge. Clicking on Merge will start our production pipeline. Again, a series of automated steps that, when successful, will deploy our application to production environment. We are confident that everything will work out. Nevertheless, we can take advantage of GitLab metrics and see with our own eyes how our new deployment is doing in real world. We can configure custom monitoring endpoints using GitLab integration with Prometheus, monitoring key metrics of the app, such as requests to the subscribe endpoint. Monitoring this endpoint allows us to see that the subscriptions are back on the rise. That's great. The team has solved the problem and the business metric is back on track. If you made it this far, you probably want to learn more. Scan this QR code to visit GitLab Learn.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah, fantastic. Putting here to you guys. Good morning, one and all. I'm humbled to be sharing the dice in the morning with you all. It's great to meet you all in virtually today. Let me share my screen. One second. Hope you guys can able to see my screen. Good morning. Yeah, it's amazing to see you guys in the virtual meeting. Um, Neobanks disrupting the banking system today and with their customer-centric digital offering. That's the topic we are going to talk. And part of that, three key challenges and how the new banks are approaching today. Um, as a tonic tech bank born in a cloud, quick intro about me, Ramu. I'm a group chief technology officer and heading the first pure play digital neobank in Philippines called Tonic Digital Bank. I'm heading as a CIO as well, heading engineering, technology, security, and operations. I have over 20 plus bank channel transformation experience. With that, heading Tonic New Banking Technology Division. Who's Tonic? We are a first new bank in Southeast Asia, headquarters in Singapore, office in Singapore, Philippines, and India as of now. India is our major research and development center. And the vision is clearly to serve mass affluent and emerging affluent with our innovative digital offerings. We are about funded 40 million US dollar with pre-series B, and we are the first privately owned digital banks. The success of Neobank, just want to touch before getting into topic. We launched our Neobank in Philippines in March 2021. Last 7 months, we have about 100 million US dollar consumer deposit. Last 2 months, 5 million US dollar lending portfolio with the Series B valuation of half billion US dollar. This is just last 8 months success story. That the revolution we are going to talk about in next couple of minutes. The future of banking. So you might be come across a lot of news as Chim is 14.5 billion, SoftBank 21 billion valuation, funding to Revolut, Revolut 21 billion valuation, which is last 2 quarters back. Now they have even grown bigger. And you can hear about new bank, they secure 750 million because all this, hypes are real. And this is why this is real. If you look at the low financial inclusion segment in developing market, Philippines, Indonesia, India, China, Thailand, Malaysia. If you look at the bank account penetration, it is 34% within financial inclusion. Indonesia, 49%, which means huge opportunity there out there to convert the specific segment of huge, bigger segment of people into financial services and serve them better and connect them with the relevant contextual customer-centric digital offering, which is what missing today by the current incompetent or commercial banks. The sweet spot today for the digital transformations and all the new banks, the mass affluent and emerging affluent, which is the youngsters who's coming in Southeast Asia, where the middle class incomes are increasing. The sweet spot between prime and super prime, the middle, which is we are talking about 29 billion deposits market, which is above average of 21 million accounts, we can target. With that, let me jump into the topic, customer-centric digital offering. When you look at South Asian market, which is There is a unique commonality across different countries when you look at the segmentations. Either the youth segment, mass affluent, emerging affluent, which are looking at financial inclusion, or elderly or women, they each segment need a differentiated experience. Now let's look at the challenge number one. The customer, when I look at the customer today in a financial inclusions or Southeast Asian Asian side, it can be Indonesia or Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines. I don't have a good dress. I'm a I'm a rickshawala. I'm a driver. I might be running a small retail shop. I cannot come to your branch traveling over 10 kilometers, standing in a queue, open a bank account, or moving the money, asking for a loan. I don't have a time. I don't have a good dress. If you remember in Southeast Asian countries, people who's living in a rural and if they want to find a branch, it's how difficult it is to open a bank account. And I don't have too many ID address proof, income proof, because when you get into the branch, they will ask you, give me two ID proof, one address proof, one income proof to put my money's hard earning money. I don't have all that. I need simple and fast onboarding. Sitting anywhere, I can able to open a bank account for help me to save. You know, if you look at these key challenges, all the Southeastern market is common. Help me to save, open a quick bank account. That we can achieve through the frictionless digital only onboarding. The thing, Tonic, we tried to solve it with automating EKYC, differentiating user onboarding experience, which means you go to the app store, download the app. All you need is an internet connection with $50 smartphone, with a prepaid SIM card with a little internet, which is affordable for financial inclusion segment. All you take is enter your phone number, enter a OTP, take a selfie, you know, and put the signature with the minimum information. If you don't have ID, okay, we can do a basic KYC, give a limited account where you can onboard. If you have additional 2 more minutes with one ID proof, that's all we needed for regulatory. Add the customer and open up for few more million money to play around. And if you are another 5 more minutes, talk to us over video calling and get the full access of products. It is about customer convenience with the technology advent, how to replace the physical human, branch-based onboarding into digital onboarding, fully automated. In between, you do all the fraud check, AML check, everything is automated real time, less than 5 minutes, onboarding the customers from whether he's sitting in a beach or sitting in a car shed, he's working in a retail shops, doesn't matter. All you need is a smartphone and just 5 minutes. That is the frictionless digital onboarding. Second challenge, when you look at it, I don't need your different saving account, kids saving account, home creation, home renovation account. All I need is help for saving. I want an easy account top up, how I can quickly put my small saving into my saving account to save. I am probably a big saver. I want to earn more. Give me more interest. I need security for my money because I don't own you, because you are virtual and you don't have a branch, you don't have physical face. Give me more trust, more security, and drive my engagement in more secure way, and give me more confident. My money is safe with you. This is the second customer problem. You drive through, on successful automated EKYC of the customer, enabling them with the digital account, which means provide them a virtual current or saving account with issuing a virtual debit card real time, allowing them to seamless money to be topped up from any wallet or any over the counter where you can just walk in, give the money, tap it to the, on top of the account and consumer. And if you need a, you know, move the money, or if you want to cash out, if you want to spend money in your e-commerce, You want to purchase today in the pandemic world, everything we are procuring through the e-commerce world, which the virtual card allow you to procure things. And I want a quick money. Biggest thing is give me a higher interest rate. This is the transformation and customer centric digital service we are talking about. How to be think from customer's shoes. So I have launched 4 saving product, but different way. So given the real time saving account where the customer can real time top up the account, start spending the money through e-commerce channel, because most of the Asians we have saving as well as spending capability because there's a floating market, and giving a personalized product. The customer can create a own product for them. For example, it's a personal saving account. I want to travel to Manila to meet my son. I need 10,000 peso. Or I want to renovate my home in December after the rainy season. I need a 20,000 peso. I need to start saving last 6 months. So I create my own saving account, goal-based saving, or communal saving, where I want my sister to getting married. So the son, the mom, brother, all trying to save every month small money to to save sister's marriage, which is communal saving. This is the innovation we created. It can be different communal saving. We call it a stash and group stash, but it's a communal saving and personal saving, which is goal oriented and communal product with seamless payment where you can move in and move out the money inward outward very seamlessly, real time, um, no badge or no non-real time stuff, and issuing a virtual card and no fee. That's where the customers want today. Looking at another part is I want to earn more money. That's where the unique in the market, when the market is paying 0.75% to 2%, we try to position it up to 6% interest rate, which is big thing in Southeast Asia, which is PDIC insured deposits, which means the trust is given. Unique enhanced customizable security feature. The money is more safe with the multi-factor authentication, biometric authentication, and the mobile securities, anti-money laundering, anti-fraud capabilities with real-time monitoring, and market-leading interest rate. That differentiate customer experience. The security, higher interest, and the customer experience. And giving empowering the customer to create their own products. It can be the house renovation, school fee, rent, sister marriage, paying the loan. Any goal can be created as a saving account. You can start saving on. You can decide when you want to mature the product, and you can take out with the higher interest rate product. The third challenge, if you look at it, I'm a salaried, need quick cash. I need emergency cash. I want to buy now, but I want to pay monthly installment. This is a today problem in a middle, mass affluent. They don't have $1,000 upfront, but the $1,000 they need it, they can pay me for over 6 months. So that is where the buy now, pay later, quick cash is all. Time to approval 5 minutes, time to cash is 10 minutes. It's all real time. You sit in the sofa or walk into the restaurant, and you saw you want to have a dinner with your family. The cost will be 10,000 peso. On the spot, apply a loan and get the money in your TSA account, start paying through your card. That's the kind of innovation we are talking about. The wow factor for digital experience, because mass affluent, emerging affluent in Southeast Asia, they're mainly available in mobile only channel because of mobile penetrations. And the font, a color, up message. I don't know how many of you looked at Tonic app. I have designed clearly such a way it is more closer to the localized market. The color for the segment, because youth need a different kind of messaging, and middle-aged person need a different kind of messaging. It should be, the app should feel like not talking to me. That is the messaging you need to put. The colors, fonts are bigger and lighter. No sexiest animations. And on top of it, enabling 24/7, which is human contact center, as well as the conversational AI. The conversational AI can jump in whenever you feel the conversation is light, which non-human required. Whenever the trust score is coming down, transfer to human agent with along with the history. That is the kind of 360 view support. Additionally, providing social media support. Today, 70% of my customer interaction coming through social media to the support center, providing push notification, in-app chat facility. So people don't want to call and talk. That is the customer centricity we are talking about. People sitting at 1 a.m. in the morning, typing into the contact center, checking with their bank balances, which is unusual for the traditional banking. And this 5 minutes onboarding, 10 minutes quick cash, higher interest rate. That is the uniqueness we are talking about for differentiated experience, which revolutionizing today the incompetent bank which struggling. How the new banks can succeed today? It's origination, digital acquisition, digital onboarding, no branch approach, and the quick cash because of alternate data from mobile behavioral data, telco data, and social data. Use it for underwriting, applying the machine learning and artificial intelligence for scoring, and applying the all open banking, open finance API based model. I have built everything as an API today in a multi-channel talking to the APIs, public APIs, and the conversational AI with collection automation reduce the cost. This only possible because of the latest technology, the massive SaaS multi-cloud technology allow you to lower the OPEX and CAPEX, lower the cost of customer acquisition, which the benefit can be passed to customer. All digital infrastructure means lower the cost. Lower the cost means higher benefit to the customers. Higher benefit will come through the customer stickiness. The customer stickiness through the digital story which you talked about, automated onboarding, quick moving of money, and help them to save. And you know, need if they need the quick money, giving them the quick money within the banking regulatory. This is, I would like to stop here, open for questions.
Thank you, Raman, for your insightful views on the future of neobanking and how this can play a crucial role in the banking ecosystem. I totally enjoyed your session, and I'm sure so did our virtual audience. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you all. Great to see you in the morning.
The upcoming discussion and presentation is powered by GitLab. Please do visit their virtual booth to explore the cutting edge technologies. You can even chat video call with their representatives. This session is a very interesting mix of one-on-one chat between Tegu Fabrianto, Head of IT Security, Bank BTN, and Soumya Upadhyay, Senior Product Marketing Manager, GitLab, which is on a very important topic of security and balancing the need for speed in terms of transformation and innovation, and while addressing the necessary security measures. And this will be followed by a presentation on the same subject by Soumya from GitLab, who will walk us through how our security leaders can enable cyber resilience that supports business growth and transformation. On this note, I invite Tegu and Soumya to take the virtual stage.
Hey, good morning. Hi, Tegu.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Are you clear hearing my voice?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you able to
Okay.
hear me okay?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having this session with me.
Okay, let's get started. So just a brief, let's start with a brief introduction. You go first, Tegu, and then I can go next.
Okay. Okay. Now we have the digitalization era that we can deny anymore as the banking in or regulated industry in Indonesia. We're facing the same challenge like the others in others part of the world because suddenly when the pandemic is come, we are forced to change all the business way. Even in the banking industry, we have the same also. We have changed the way we meet the customer. We have to change the way we running the business. We sell the product, everything's okay. The same also facing to ours. I'm as the new I'm just in BTN. We are we have just information security office. So we are starting the same also like the others industry.
Okay, thank you. So how at BTN, how has the pandemic actually changed the adoption of digital, and what is the importance of security right now as you're moving more and more to digital technologies within BTN?
Okay, actually, as a banking, digital is not something that we think is new, but actual already have the like the roadmap to going to digital. But as I said, the pandemic has changed the schedule. We have to going faster. We have to execute faster. Everything is seems like uh, have to do in the rush situation something because the natures of the BTN is that we are mortgage banking. We are different than the other ecosystem of banking in Indonesia. Mostly the ecosystem of banking in Indonesia is consumer based because they are selling the consumer credits, the consumer loans. But we are specialists on mortgage, and we are the pioneer in the industry in Indonesia. So we have to stay with our core business, something like this one. Okay, but as you know, that quite challenging because selling the mortgage is not just as selling the consumer loan. You can put on the social media and everybody that can see, and then can propose fill the form of requirement, something like this one, and then the sales can contact. Selling the mortgage is like the matching between the developers, the house owners, and then the buyers. And also we have to put the attractive rate to the customer. So this is quite challenging. That's why we built some channels, new channels like the B10 properties, B10 Expo, which is we try to bridging the ecosystem of our host owner and the forecast of the customer. So they have the like the one-stop service for the all of their needs.
Okay, understood. So considering that you're trying to move so fast to cater to customers' requirements, what is the top security challenge that is top of your mind or keeping you awake at night?
Okay, the thing is that because everything is built in a rough time, because we have to pay attention to the security in the part of how the application develop in the secure protocols. Because last time we have much time spans like to develop the application, to do the test security testing, and then to conduct some testing that we think the time is enough. But when because have the other channels, right? We have the offline channels which can complementary each other with the digitals. But now, when the pandemic is come, so the mine or the rest channels that we have mostly only the digital. So everybody, the business demands is changed suddenly. They put their expectation too high to the IT. So as part of the IT, we have to securing all the channels that been demanded by the business. So like the expo, which we like the past time we conduct it on the offline, suddenly coming to the online. So we have to do side by side with the developer, with the infrastructure, with the contract company which develop our system to ensure that we deliver the secure channel to the customers.
Right. Absolutely. And that seems to be top of mind on a number of organizations and security teams as well. So if somebody was starting on their information security journey in their company, given that you have so much experience on that, how do you think they should get started with their information security journey and their team in an enterprise, especially from a financial enterprise point of view?
Okay, Indonesia is quite unique market of IT because bank pastime is run in a traditional way. So when the digitalization come, suddenly everybody have the euphoria how to go the digital. The same also like the how to build the information security organization, something like that. So I have my two past experience. The first one in the BTP and Syria, which I also built the same chief of information security office and IT security office. The second one is I come to BTN to do the same thing because I have to build the teams. Even the team is there, but mostly if we see the type of approach of the building the information security office can be divided to two. The first one is that the information security is come from the infrastructure or network or anything that come from the tech perspective. The second one is information security that come from the risk organization. The the approach of today's organization is different because when we facing and build something from the scratch with the infrastructure organization, there's too many tech guys in the organization will be joined to the new organization. But as we know that information security is blend of the risk and IT. So we cannot decouple the risk to the IT. At the same way, we cannot decouple from IT from the risk. So we have to put the more attention to build the team awareness about the risk culture, something. That's the hard thing. But when we facing to the building something, the information security from the risk perspective, sometimes the organization is full of the risk people, the lack of the technical or IT guys. So the implementation of risk and the to matching the operational of IT is something like there's a gap. So this is quite challenging. But luckily, I have many support from my organization. Also, I also have a background in from the IT, so and also have the background from the risk. So everything can be run smoothly until now. But that's quite challenging.
Absolutely, and it seems does seem to be again a common problem across the board, where you're trying to build up a security organization from ground up. So let's talk about your current security supply chain and how you're currently securing your software supply chain, and what is the biggest challenge that you face with it. I know that you mentioned at BTN you're just about starting doing this, so you can maybe talk a little bit about BTN as well as maybe from your previous experience on how are companies going about securing their software supply chain, what technologies are being used, what areas are being secured, and so on.
Okay, as you know that from the last my explanation that actually the digitalization has rushed us more on changing the cultures, right? Now, because basically the last time our culture is developing everything. Software is on the way of the waterfall. So the security requirement will be on the last resorts. I mean, when we going to the UAT, that's the security a security guy will be called from by the developer to analyze to assess the security posture of the application. That's quite challenging because sometimes when the building the application, the developers try to put something the faster, but they're not aware of the security matter, which lead us to do the covering their job at the last time. So that seemed like the ping pong from the security side. Okay, you cannot promote this kind of the features because there's many vulnerability there. But when we ask the security, I mean the developer to remediate the case, they said, they don't have any time to explore more. That's the kind that we facing at the first time. But now we are trying to deploy the capability. We are starting to do the agile or DevOps, DevSecOps deployment. Even when to deploy this kind, I think the conventional organization like the bank or the others organization like that have already the hard culture of the waterfall will facing the difficulty because Waterfall is totally different to the agile one, because when in the agile we have like the security requirement from the scratch, from the starting. We have to put everything there in the start. So the the instant methodology is that we get the help from the consultant, which the consultant will put the blueprint how we gonna through the starting the agile or DevOps capability. That's the one. And the second one is we have the operational consultant, which will sit side by side with our team to execute this DevOps capability. That's why the other things is that we equip our team with the tools like the Sonar Cube for the security scanning, like the GitLab for the for the source. For the deployment and collaborative deployment with the programmer, something that's one. So this is quite challenging, but if we have the willingness, there's always a way.
Absolutely. And yes, we have seen that as a challenge between and a push and pull between developers and security teams in other organization as well, where a security team member comes and says that, hey, you need to fix this in your code because it's introducing a security vulnerability. But then by then the developer has moved on to doing something else and says, hey, we don't have the time to do that.
Yes, correct.
And we will talk about that a little bit in the presentation that I will do on how we are seeing organizations resolve that by introducing security as a part of your DevSecOps process itself, like you mentioned. And I'll probably talk a little bit more about that. But to come back to the security scanning that you mentioned, Tegu, you said that you're probably using Sonar Cube at the moment. At what phase is your security scanning introduced? Is it after the developer has finished everything, and then after when your code is ready to be deployed to production, is that when you're doing your security scanning, or is it pushed left into the developer's development cycle itself so that they can catch it a lot earlier?
Okay, just as last time I said, because we want to overcome or have the solve of the lack of the waterfalls. That's why we starting the DevSecOps, because we want to move agile, not because of the trend, but because of the business demands. That business always come to have the solution faster. We think that there's no other way for the timings other than we have to adopt the DevSecOps. Okay, so for the security scanning, we follow the standards industry, like the static security scanning, dynamic security scanning, unit tests, interactive security testing, and also we have the runtime application self protection, which is it put on the pipeline of development. So the beauty of DevSecOps, the security is no more on the back or the last resort of the development, but we can introduce the security from the first time the application is built. Even now, I can talk to the developer guy, even to the vendor, that we have already the list, what the capability of the security that applications should have when they want to build. So they already have in the mind, like said, okay, at least the simple thing, we have to put the password with the algorithm at least 10 characters, okay, with the special characters, with the asterisk, or with the numbers, with the capital, something like that, with the mix. Okay, when this algorithm are already there, so we just check it with the security scanning tools whether they are already fulfill this requirement or not.
Right.
This will because this is the beauty of the DevOps.
Right. So talking about developers and security teams, what is the split between, let's say, the number of developers you have in your organization and the number of security teams? And do you see that count as being a blocker for your teams to move faster?
Yeah, because be honest, I think now every company is they're hunting the good security guy, also the good developer. We have the capability of the DevOps, DevSecOps, with this developer, security, and operation in the same squad. Yeah, we also struggle the same things, but just what I say that if we said about the numbers, there's always not sufficient numbers when we compare to the demand of the business. So the one thing is that we doing the prioritize with the project management teams that, okay, what your priority, what the business priority, what we want to execute first, because we have the limited resource also. Just now I said that we just start to introduce the DevSecOps capability on our organization. That's why no many our team that have the capability. That's why we have the side by side consultant to sit with our developer, with our security guy, how to run this capability. That's one of the things that I think is now working on our organization.
That's wonderful. So we have another few minutes for the discussion. So I'll cover two additional topics. So one is zero trust. So zero trust these days is a really hot topic. What does it mean to you and your organization, and what are you doing to achieve zero trust security in your organization today?
Okay, the philosophy of zero trust is everybody can connect to anything. Okay, but there's a certain service, certain data that the privacy and the security we have to take care on that. Okay, on the past time we can have the segmentation, we can have the different treatment for the everythings, because we control the connectivity, we control the access. But now with the demand of the internet of things, anything connected to anything, so the rule is changed. The identity is the something that organizations shall taking care of this one, because that's why in our organization, the zero trust, we did the how we segment, how we doing the limitation by using the identity, but not only the single identity, but we also implement the multiple identity or multiple factor authentication. That's why we can achieve this the target or the objective of zero trust, because yeah, we cannot differs anybody one service to what organization, but everybody is connected. So the last defending is also the only one is that we have to do the different treatment based on the identity.
Right, perfect. So my last question before we get into this session is regulatory compliance, right? So as financial institutions are considering or moving to the cloud, I'm sure there are a number of regulatory compliance things that they need to keep in mind, especially when it comes to Indonesian market. What is your recommendation, or what is your experience that you would like to share with the audience regarding regulatory compliance topics that need to be kept in mind when as our audience is moving into the cloud?
Okay, there's two kind of industry. The first one is a non-regulated industry where we can implement any technology, any kind of the innovation without the supervision of the regulatory or the permission from the regulatory. Okay, the second one is the regulated based industry like the banking, airlines, also the telecommunication, which their service. Every service that we want to publish to the public is regulated or subject to the approval of the regulator. Okay. from this perspective, the same thing also happened to the banking in Indonesia. We are supervised by regulatory from the Financial Services Authority. So in the same time, the industry also moving, the demand also moving to implement the more agile, to implement the cloud, the more flexible technology. That's quite tricky. So from our experience, that we have to be transparent to the regulatory, because if we hiding something and then last day or the next day the regulatory find that we are hiding something, there will be a subject of the penalty to our organization. We have the risk of reputation. The one thing is that we shall be transparent to the regulatory. At the same time, we also have to try to introduce to the regulatory that we also follow the regulation. Like what we did now is that we try to introduce our service in the cloud, but at the same time we also convince the regulator that the cloud is reside in Indonesia territory, because the one thing that the regulatory very concerned is that where's the data ownership, which the data ownership is the reside in Indonesia's territory, or is it put on the other continents, which we cannot make sure the data in the dependency to our nationality. That's the one thing that we did when we tried to convince the regulator about the use of the cloud and the agile technology.
Okay, very insightful. Thank you so much, Tegu. So we have a few questions from the audience that we will take after a quick 10-minute presentation. So Tegu, I hope you're going to hang on till we finish the next 10-minute presentation about our point of view, that is GitLab's point of view on how some of these security challenges can be addressed, by shifting security left and also bringing it as a part of your DevOps lifecycle itself. So I'll share my screen and I'll talk to you again in about 10 minutes, Tegu.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. I hope you can see this. Okay, I'm assuming that you can see the screen and I'll proceed.
Hi, Soumya. Yes, we can see the screen, just to confirm.
Thank you so much, Tarun. Okay, so let's get started. So we work with hundreds of customers on a regular basis, and we ask them how their software delivery landscape looks like, right? So they have a business problem that they're trying to address, and they're trying to get to a particular solution. But to get to that solution, they have introduced a number of different tools that they brought into the market, into their development life cycle, right? Most organizations that we have spoken to have adopted DevOps on a very need-based basis, right? So they have a source code problem they want to fix, they'll bring in a tool to fix that. They have a code review problem that they want to fix, they'll bring in a tool to fix that, right? And so on. So over time, this has grown into an ecosystem that is so interconnected, so difficult to manage, that it becomes very, very difficult for organizations to really focus on what they are supposed to focus on, which is solving business problems. Rather, they're focusing on trying to make sure that this entire tool set that they have put together is sane and can help to solve their problems, right? And when you layer security and compliance on top of it, the problem is compounded even further, right? So there are organizations that we have spoken to that use very specific products for, let's say, a different product for static test application security testing, a different product for dynamic application security testing, a different product for container scanning, and so on, right? So each of those have a different license cost. Each of those have a different integration requirement. So every time you actually bring in a new security tool, it needs to start talking to all of your other tools. It needs to talk to your source control tool. It needs to talk to your project management tool, your CI/CD tool, and so on. And it just adds to the number of tools that you have in your organization. But what it also does is making visibility a lot more difficult, right? So then you will have to bring another tool to create a dashboard on top of these tools. Using many different tools like this means that compliance becomes difficult to achieve, and which is most important in a banking and financial institution. Enforcement becomes difficult. Who can actually deploy to production? Who has to approve any kind of changes? All that becomes difficult. Traceability becomes difficult. For example, if there is a change that you have made, how do you trace that back to a specific requirement that actually introduced this change? So all of these are very fragile integrations that have been put together that need to be managed as well, right? So every time you upgrade a particular software, you need to make sure that the integration that it has with all of the other tools that you have put together is working as well. So a lot of work, a lot of integrations. But how to manage that, right? So Tegu also mentioned earlier that there's always a push-pull between developers and security. There are always going to be more developers in the organization than security personnel. So how do you make sure that your security team is able to scale well? That is, you can only do that by automation. You can only do that by shifting security left, so that a developer is empowered to fix their security issues before it leaves the desk, rather than later on saying, hey, I don't have the time to fix this, because they have moved on to doing other things, right? So it is important to have developers think about security at design time itself. And that's what in an ideal world should happen, right? So security should be a part of your developer's workflow. As soon as a developer checks in their code, the pipeline runs, and your security test should run along with that. As soon as the security test is run, the developer should come to know that, hey, these are the vulnerabilities that I have introduced, and I need to fix it right away, right? Or they can say that, hey, I don't want to fix one particular vulnerability. At that time, the security team can actually review that and say that, hey, no, you need to actually fix it. So this helps to make the security team a lot more scalable, because now they're not looking at every single vulnerability that has been introduced by the developers. They're only looking at the exception. So there are fewer security personnel looking only at the exception, helps them to scale a lot better, helps them to focus on other priorities, strategic priorities that they may want to focus on, rather than just reviewing vulnerabilities that a developer has introduced. And that's what GitLab actually does, right? So your security tests are introduced as a part of the pipeline itself. Various different tests like static application security scanning, dependency scanning, dynamic scanning, license compliance, container scanning, all of these are part of the pipeline, right? We also create something that we call a review app. So typically a dynamic application security testing requires a fully functional or fully running application to actually do the dynamic application security testing. And this we have also tried to shift left so that it can do this test before the code actually leaves the developer's hand. So there can be no more excuses that, hey, I don't have the time to fix it. So what does that do, right? So we all know that when we find issues later on in the development cycle, the more time it takes for a developer to actually fix it, because there has to be a lot of context switching that they need to do. They will probably need to set up their environment again, and all of this actually takes a lot more time. From a security point of view, this is very important, right? Because we cannot consider leaving the defects and vulnerabilities in a running product for a much longer period of time. So that's why it's again important to shift security left, So just imagine the impact if developers could find and fix 20% of the vulnerabilities during their lives, during their development cycle itself. What if they're able to fix 50%? What if they're able to fix all of it, right? That would be tremendous time savings and cost savings for you as an organization, and also in terms of speeding up your security process to match the pace of development that developers are currently focusing on. So, and that's where, it's important to, rather than have like a big tool set that has 20 different products or any number, right? Even 5 is a lot of products. Rather than that, you need to have something called a DevOps platform. So Gartner had a report called the Value Stream Delivery Platform. And in that report, they tried to identify what are the main challenges that organizations are facing to scale, to speeden up their delivery process, to make sure they're able to deliver secure software. And the top challenge, they said, was using multiple point tools. The second top challenge was, because of these multiple point tools, they're not able to reduce the time to market. So they're not competitive enough. Then they find it challenging to set up a secure access for zero trust, like we discussed earlier, as they transition into many, many remote working styles. So the recommendation from Gartner also was that we need to, or organizations need to adopt solutions that reduce the number of tools that you're using. You need to adopt a solution that gives you end-to-end visibility, end-to-end traceability, because it is important not just from a speed point of view, but also from a compliance point of view, which, like I said earlier, is important for banking and financial institutions. And the recommendation was also to adopt a cloud-based value stream delivery platform. And that is precisely what GitLab has been doing and offering for the last many, many years. So how do you get started, right? So yes, GitLab offers all the phases of a DevOps lifecycle, whether it is planning, source control, security, CI, CD, operations, everything, right? So we offer all the phases of the development lifecycle. But we understand that not all customers will be willing to use all of it at the same time. So you can start where you are. We have out-of-the-box integrations with a number of different products already in the market. So if you're using, let's say, a Jira, or you're using GitHub, or you're using Jenkins, so you can continue to use that, but start with GitLab for a complementary capability, right? So let's say you start with source control and CI/CD from GitLab, and then you continue to use Jira for your issue tracking and requirements management and so on. So we have customers who are using in multiple different combinations, and that has been working quite well and helps you to get started. And the largest and most innovative organizations, including large financial institutions in the world, have already shifted to a DevOps platform approach, because over time they have realized that it is difficult to achieve their transformational goals by using a complex tool chain. So they are looking at trying to pivot towards using a platform. So what does that mean to you and your business? So Forrester conducted a research called the Total Economic Impact of Using GitLab, and we found that a number of GitLab customers see 400% ROI within 3 years of deploying GitLab. That was savings both from the ability to save on license cost, but also from the ability to operate a lot faster, move a lot faster, innovate a lot faster, and become more competitive in their space, right? Customers saw a reduction in 87% reduction in cycle time, which means that their developers, security teams, operations teams, etc., are able to be a lot more productive to pursue other activities rather than just maintaining their tool chain. They're able to increase the number of releases. They were able to reduce the number of defects, and that includes security defects, right? Because we have now included all of the testing, including security testing, as a part of the pipeline itself. And typically, like I mentioned earlier, organizations start at different phases. They probably don't start all out with the platform. They start with one or two capabilities and then expand to other platforms. So the cost savings that organizations were able to achieve was because they were able to reduce at least 4 tools every single year. So this detailed copy is available. So we are happy to share that with you. And with that, I will pause here. If you need more information, you can actually look at our customer references page, or you can even look at our website to get additional details as well. So that's how you can bring in, shift your security left, make sure that you are able to move a lot faster at the pace of your developers as well. So that I'll stop sharing. I know we have a few questions from the audience, and we'll have Tegu back again here. So Tegu, we have a few questions. I'm going to pop to you so that you can help address this for our audience. So the first question is, how are security teams and stakeholders developing a structured framework for securely managing and sharing data across the organization?
Okay, thank you. The first thing is that we must have the data policy for corporate wide or enterprise wide. Okay, at my experience is that at least we start with the most simple policy one. We divide the data into the 3 category. The first one is the private confidential data, which is the distribution, the changes is limited to the special group of people, which is only the data owner and special people which is assigned can access the data. The second one is data belong to the corporate, which is organization. Everybody in the organization can read, can put the comments on the data. The third one is public data, because some of the company is the public listed company that they have to share the data to the outside to the organization. Okay. By doing this data categorization or policy, at least we already have the 3 box. Okay. After that, we have because in the perspective of data, the first one is data owner, which is it can be anybody in the organization, whether it is business, whether it the support unit, whether it's the financial and anything. The data owner can be anything. The second one is data custodian. The data custodian is mostly in the form of digital, is handled by the IT, which is part of the security, is the how to securing data in the form of IT, which is kept by the IT as the data custodian. After that, we can declare, we put the solution which can be used by data owner to classify the data based on the 3 category that I already shared at the first time. Is that the user can put the data confidentially, so they can put on the box of confidential data, which is we can maybe use the tools like the data loss prevention, data masking, or some then data classification or something like this one. The second one, if they want to put, they only can have the option. The data owner can have the option where they can put the data, which is they can put on the box of the confidential data, or they can put on the box of the public enterprise data, or they can put on the public data. The box is the virtual box. I think this is the solution that we tailor-made specific to control, so the data owner can control the data. So the distribution also can be limited by the data owner. That's why the IT don't have any obligation to maintain the policy. Policy is there. We put the secure folder for the, not a folder at the Windows something, but we put the secure protection for the each kind of type of data.
Perfect. The next two questions actually relate to the consumer actually, and how the first is how do you address consumer or increase consumer awareness on cybersecurity risks?
Okay, as the enterprise that already entered the digital era, okay, we have so many channels. The first one we have the channel from the screen of our product, like the internet banking, like the mobile bankings, anything that related to website or something, corporate website, promotion or something that we can put the message to our customer how to treat the electronic transaction in the secure way. We can utilize our own channel. The second one, we can use the social media channel like the Instagram, Facebook, or we can use YouTube in the form of the in the form of ads. You can put our ads to our customer how to do the secure transaction. Now, because of digitalization, we have the so many flexible channel to reach the customer and to give the awareness to the customer about how to conduct the secure transaction.
Okay. And the last question is how are consumer issues being addressed as and when they are found?
Pardon?
How are consumer issues, how are consumer security issues being addressed when they are found?
Okay, the consumer security. There's so many cases in the area of banking. I mean, because my background is banking. Consumer issue can be because of the service or because of the security or fraud. If there's a service, so we have the any channels for the consumer to give a feedback regarding our service, like they can call to our contact center, they can call to our social media channel, they can put the text or something to our or come to our branch to do the complaint and to follow up the issue. This regarding the service. The second one is regarding the fraud. Okay, we do utilize the same channels as the gateway for the customers to face to express their concern regarding the maybe the fraud or there's any transaction that they don't things that they did it the last time, but actually it's happened. So I think the most important thing is that to open the many channel to receive all the issue from the customer, and then to put this integrated response, so the customer can be feel that they're comfortable with what our service, something like this one.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's all the questions we have for now. Thank you, Tegu, for sharing your expertise over here. And I think that now we'll hand it over back to the Trade Pass team. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys, everyone.
Thanks, Tegu and Soumya. That indeed was a great session exploring how security leaders can build onto a secure stack while meeting the organizational needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To all of you tuned in, I would like to remind you during the course of this virtual event, you can collect reward points by watching these insightful sessions. Do ensure that you watch all the sessions and visit the exhibition area in order to collect more points. You can also ask questions during the presentations, exchange business cards, and download the agenda to earn more reward points. Click on the Rewards tab located in the lobby area for more information. The upcoming panel discussion is powered by Apps Flyer. Please do visit their virtual booth to explore some of their cutting-edge solutions. You can even chat and video call with their representatives. This interesting panel discussion is on how to scale your mobile app, building a growth stack for digital transformation. And to help us to navigate through this panel discussion, we have Samiha Alam, Head Agency Partnerships from Apps Flyer, who will moderate this session. And our thought leaders for this panel discussion are Edmund Situmorang, CTO Prodigy, and Ikwan Periana, CTO Pinjam Model. On this note, I invite our esteemed panel members to take the virtual stage.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. H1, we're still waiting to see you.
Yeah, I have problem with my. I've been trying for. It's still problem, but you can hear me, right? Maybe I'm not using my video.
Okay, sure, no problem. I hope we can see you at some point in the conversation today. So I'll kickstart our conversation. A very, very good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us for the panel discussion today. I am Samiha. I am the head of agency partnerships at Apps Flyer. And as you can see, I'm joined by two very esteemed panelists, Mr. Edmund Situmorang, who is the CTO of Prodigy, which is a part of Cinemas Group, and Mr. H1 Puriyana, who is just too attractive to be on screen today, but he is the CTO of Pinjam Modal. So Indonesia is an interesting region, right? The internet penetration is approximately 67%, but financial inclusion remains a key challenge. And that makes Indonesia a fertile ground for fintech innovation. What's also unique about the region is the favorable government regulation that has not only attracted local investors, but also international investors like Tencent that invested in Gojek, which operates, as we all know, the largest e-wallet, GoPay. Today, Indonesia is home to 322 fintech companies, in addition to 125 registered but unlicensed online lenders. So in today's panel discussion, Mr. Edmund and H1 will help us uncover how a fintech advertiser can scale their mobile app by building a growth stack for digital transformation. So let's get started without any further delay. Why don't we start off with a brief introduction about yourself so that the audience gets familiar with who you are, what your company does. So over to you.
All right. My name is Edmund, and currently I'm serving as a CTO for Prodigy. Prodigy is a technology company. We focus mainly serving, like you said earlier, Gojek is also one of our main service drivers at this moment, and also several other big unicorns that we are working with. And one of the main drivers that I have for fintech nowadays, especially with the scale going forward, and I'm happy to be within this panel. The financial institution is definitely moving forward in Indonesia, and I'm glad to be here. And I'm also serving as a head of AI for the Cinemas Mining Group. So, and that I'm looking forward into innovation, as artificial intelligence is definitely one of the main driver of any businesses nowadays. So, back to you, Samiha.
Great, that's super impressive. I've got my pen ready so that I can take notes of everything that you're saying. I don't want to wait for the recording to get processed and sent to me. H1, over to you. You've got a pretty impressive background. Why don't you enlighten our audience about it?
Okay, thank you, Samiha. Hi, Edmund, and everyone.
Hello.
Nice to meet you all. I'm Ikhwan. I'm currently co-founder and CTO of Pinjam Modal. Pinjam Modal is a subsidiary of BFI Finance. As you know, BFI is one of the largest and the oldest multi-finance in Indonesia. Pinjam Modal itself is a peer-to-peer lending company that provides digital lending directly to small businesses that we are very focused on SME through an automated lending platform. As Pak Edmund mentioned, the AI is gonna rule the entire business process. So we are using currently machine learning as well to robust our seamless business process from apply to underwriting within only 17-second approval. I think
Wow.
that, yeah.
That all I can say is like I'm blown away, super impressed, and I hope the audiences take advantage of this panel discussion uh, and ask our panelists questions, which we will be taking after we end the panel discussion. So let's start with the questions that I have. Um, the first one is very basic. The thing is, fintech has evolved a lot in the last year, right? And the definition of fintech is like different from different for different people. Even when I talk to like industry leaders or when I talk to like clients that I've worked with or people in the industry, there's a very not clear definition of what fintech is. So I want to kick this session off by asking you to clarify the definition around what fintech actually means and also what is unique to Indonesia's fintech scene. Edmund, would you like to take that first?
Yes, definitely. Fintech has arisen from the needs of technology going to the financial sectors, right? As we know, financial sectors are very slow to adapt, and as we realize, uh, going into the COVID era, we know that a lot of the conventional financial businesses has gone really seriously jeopardized, because there's no way you can survive in this age of digital and still doing conventional businesses. So fintech has arisen from that business model, same financial needs that are requiring technology to ease transactional processes. So not only just transactional, but also customer experience in that sense has become something that is much needed in this era of digital. So fintech itself is a technology. It's an enabler for financial services or banking.
So anything related to the finance sector, if technology is applied to it and you have an app and you can access it or on website, you would categorize it as fintech, right?
Mostly, yes.
Mostly, yes. Each one, do you agree, or would you want to highlight what's so unique about Indonesia's fintech scene?
Yeah, I'm totally agree what Python say that the fintech is using technology and innovation to aim the complete traditional financial method in the delivery of financial service. As we've seen that mobile and internet has been rise, and also the data that we have in terms of digital footprint data to leverage any data points can apply into a new process of the, for example, in the lending process. So we can easily to see in the customer which is eligible for credit worthiness or not by using data that we get through digital footprint data. That makes the seamless user experience. So they don't need to come to the office, to the branch to fill in the form. They just applying through app, and they got the money in real time.
Yeah, that's so true. Like the entire process of applying for a loan or insurance or even doing your day-to-day transactions are like just has become so seamless thanks to technology. So, Ichwan, I'd like to ask you this first for my next question, which is that companies are still figuring out how to properly use tech to solve business problem, right? There are a lot of options, there are a lot of tools out there, and application of tech itself is a big pain point. We know, like, okay, technology is a great enabler. It cuts down all of those extra costs that's involved with, like, getting a user to come to your physical location, filling up these forms, right? So tech,
Yeah.
we all agree, is helping cut that additional cost, like the fixed cost of setting up an establishment. But it's there are a lot of tech tools out there, and a lot of companies are still confused about what a good tech stack looks like. So, because you've been able to successfully build a company, run a company, why don't you tell us, like, what makes a solid marketing tech stack?
Yeah, it starts with the business metric first. What are the goals that we are using to leveraging technology? For example, we built an app to make customer on board, and then we acquire customer until disbursement, and they're doing repayment within the apps. If we have those business metric, those goals, so we need to make sure the conversion rate, the acquisition cost is less. What is to do is we need to have the marketing automation tools to get more easily to understanding by using the data. As we know, the digital data is very easily to track. If you onboard to your app, for example, user is registered and they go away, we can know how many conversion rate on that. So we can using others marketing channels. For example, you can retargeting them back, or that person already registered but don't apply. I think those are the things that we need to consider to building the marketing automation tools, and also the how you need to have an integration. If we've seen that so many marketing tools right now, for example, you can spend ads on Google Ads, or you can spend ad in Facebook, or you can put the email marketing, right? All those things are different tools. That's why we need to have one integrated to create, to make the reporting very easily to understand. That's why in Pinjam Modal, we built our own reportings by using many data sets, for example, Google, Facebook, and we create a data pipeline on it. And we put it inside a Tableau so all the business person can see the metrics for each funnel. That's kind of example in Pinjam Modal.
Amazing. So it's basically getting your user behavior data, your user acquisition, retargeting data, and your first party, data
Yeah.
all into your own BI tool. And you said you use Tableau. I've heard so many companies and I've seen so many companies using this tool, just completely amazing. And then you make sure that you have data on a daily basis to make decisions on how to optimize your users' experience within the app.
Yeah.
Sounds amazing. Edmund, I would want to hear your story on how you're using the marketing automation tool, and what's your strategy for choosing a tech stack?
Well, for me, it's one of the best thing that we need to do in today's world is, we always want, Indonesian especially, we have this term, I mentioned this in my keynote speaking yesterday. Indonesians especially have this concept of ATM, amati, tiru, modifikasi. It says, you watch something, you just copy it, and then you just modify a little bit, and that's what it actually means. And coming from that analysis, for example, a financial services, banking or whatnot, has always been doing the same thing with a little bit more modifications, right? And Same now with the fintech. The fintech industry has stagnant over the years. There's no new technologies out there anymore. And I think this is the problem. When choosing a tech stack, when choosing something that we want to do, we need. Elon Musk always say this. The having that first principle thinking is very important. First principle thinking is when you look at a problem, you don't look at other people's way of how doing it, but looking at the core needs of that particular issue that you're trying to solve. For example, the customer's need is actually having a enjoy travel easily. And having said that, certain technology can help towards that, or processes that enable them to do it quicker than entering data. We created a fintech company not a few years ago, and now we don't need to put in our information anymore. You just scan your national ID and that's it. It enables customers to have that experience. Where why we have technology to inputting data is such an old school, right? And having said that, embracing that technology that enables us to do that means that we need to have the right assessment. So for me, tech stack is just another tool. I mean, I can use Node.js. I could use Python within my tech stack. I could use all kinds of things. But as we know, tech stack changes over time. And that tech stack is just a mean, right? And I use all kinds of, even within the machine learning adoption, there's Keras, there's all these new NLP strategies that we all embracing, all will change in time. So cannot use just one tech stack, but understanding that that first principle thinking is very important. Understanding the real core of the need of the business, and then matching that to the technology that is out there. Of course, definitely, you got to choose the one that has been embraced by many people, and security is number one. This is something that you need to realize. There has to be, you look at the tech stack that has been identified by many people. Can't just, download some open source system and then suddenly you realize all the security has never been taken care of. So very important to understand that edge within your company's fine tuning where you need to use, what you need to use for your tech stack.
I absolutely love what you said. I think you defined two spectrums. One is the consumer, and it's not just what they are doing within your app or within someone else's app, but what are their pain points? What is it that actually needs to be solved? And that requires like a lot of secondary research that you might not get from your own app or from other uh, tools out there. And the second that you put, like the end of the spectrum, is security. So no matter what kind of research that you're doing or what kind of user experience you're creating using whatever tool, it should be mindful of like all the security needs, because you want to build a scalable solution. So I guess what you've told us is that figuring out customers need, and in whatever your marketing automation tool is, it needs to be agile so that it can adapt to the customer's needs over time, and you should not be bound by the tool that you select, that I want to do ABC, but I can only do B because I will have to replace all the tools that I had implemented, and I don't want to do that. So that's amazing. This is something that all our viewers out there should be mindful of. Don't fall too much in love with your tech stack. Be smart about it. Use the ones that is tried, tested, and also that can grow with your business and adapt with your business needs. You don't have to be limited by your stack.
And if I may add to that, I think all of us agree a great community is the main driver how you create technology. So if you don't belong to certain right community, you won't get the right tech consultations. So having the right people to help you, guide you along the way is very important too, as you develop your tech stack. So I'm hoping Tarun and TradePass gonna start making a community, right? A community.
Yes, I would love to be a part of the community that has both Yuan and Edmund in it. I'm going to learn so much.
Yes, exactly. So having the right community, being in there within the community, being able to ask questions, and uh, identifying the right proper platform to use within, it's very important. And when you're not having that kind of community, the right community to get on, then you're going to be lost, and worse, you're going to be left behind by your competitors. So
Yes. I completely agree, and I hope this is the kind of community we are able to build, both for our viewers and the ones that, for us, we're participating in it, to learn from, not just learn about the successes, but also about the mistakes, so that we're not replicating the mistakes and just falling behind. You spoke about community, which is so amazing because the next question that I want to ask is somehow related to a community, but not exactly this community that you spoke of. Super apps are so much being talked about, right? Big tech companies are trying to create their own community of like diverse product portfolios. So big tech companies are actually moving into the banking space. Again, I'll take the example of Gojek, a ride-hailing app in when I joined the industry 5 years back, we knew Gojek as the ride-hailing app, right? And now it's like nobody thinks of it as a ride-hailing app. It's like, okay, it's a financial app, right? And it's one of the leaders in the fintech ecosystem in Indonesia. So with all of these mergers and consolidations that are happening, and it's kind of building like companies are trying to build a community of their own. How do you think that the data that's collected across in this ecosystem actually helps the make better decision on your customer behavior on the fintech side? I'll push this question to you first, Edmund, because you magically brought up community in the previous answer.
yeah, having an ecosystem is definitely something that this is the newer ways of people are doing business. You look at Apple. I have my Mac over here. I have my iPad, and I have all kinds within that ecosystem. Right. Same thing with businesses. Now businesses realize that they are dependent on certain things, and a strategy, technological strategy, is much needed in this day and age. Especially you're creating a business, especially you're creating your solution for the masses, right? People love to be doing things easily. So when you have those ecosystem within the same community, that ecosystem within the same pool, it it creates a customer experience that uh, unavoidably much needed now. Everybody looks for customer experience. They don't want to go from this app and then you go to your bank and then do transfer again and then do this, and then it's just a lot of mess, right? And I think with Tokopedia and Gojek forming their go-to company, it creates a lot of ease towards the customers. And analytics definitely is the major driver out of these two companies. If you noticed, right? They use all kinds of analytics, from recommendation system, from all these different vertices that they have to be getting into, giving the best for their customers, even on their UI UX design. Those are analytics. If you're not using analytics in terms of serving your customer in the UI UX design, then you're left out. Your customer is not, if you still have the same banking page for years and years and years, you think people will enjoy it? I think that's something you need to start thinking about it. Because I noticed that most banks in Indonesia, especially, you notice it has this old way of doing things, and very not intuitive. When you go to Gojek page, for example, Tokopedia page, for example, it really is today's world. So soon these two big companies gonna rule the financial service, and they might be as well be a bank. So imagine that. So I think that is definitely something that people need to be aware of as you're building businesses and building your ecosystems within that same business is very needful. So customer experience is definitely the number one driving force why people choose one app instead of the other.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah. You go to Gojek's page, you go to Tokopedia page, from one day to the other, it never looks the same. There's some sort of modification changes in. That's how much they're using like customer experience data to like kind of tailor the need. It changes a little every day, but over a period of time, it gets compounded, and it's not like a major shift, like major shock for a customer to adapt to, and it's also such a smooth experience, just like on a daily basis. Each one, I would like to hear your opinion on this topic of consolidations and how data would actually help. Would you agree with that, Edmund, or have you seen something that you want to be like, no, consolidations are not
Yeah,
good?
yeah. Yeah, I'm totally agree with that. That being an ecosystem is very many positive things that we can get. For example, the data. As you know, that Indonesia has a unique fintech lending. I'm especially talking fintech lending, unique ecosystem due to the nature and its market, and also the regulatory issue. Mostly the underserved individual and SME are limited by physical and data access. And the differentiation of the business model itself by having a ecosystem. For example, if you want to lending is just enabling the business process. For example, we cannot get full access in terms of someone credit worthiness through our apps, but if we more collaborated within other e-commerce, maybe we can get more data sets that we can get faster approval and more low risk acceptance, because more data, more we better understanding of the customers itself.
Great, amazing. So we're talking about customer experience, right? Which leads to my last question before we jump into what the audience has asked. Like, each one, what would you say a good experience? Like, if you are a customer and you're using one of the financial services app, what is a good experience as a consumer for you? Like, or what that you would want for your customers when they come into your uh,
Yeah,
digital real
yeah.
estate here.
I've been trying build Pinjal models from almost 4 years to building and we're doing A/B testing a lot in build our apps. So what are the journey that makes customer more seamless? The goal is they just want faster and simple and not complicated, especially in the user experience and user interface. And also all, for example, I'm talking lending from customer on board within our apps. We have a push notification when in which their status of the loan itself, and they get approved. We built another push notification within apps, and they can see the how much loan that we can get, and then after the repayments within the apps as well. So all the experience in app that makes them more getting use of our app as well. And also based on that, how do we make a great experience? It's based on the data sets. So how can we make sure we can track which field, for example, that makes customer find more time to input it. That's why we're trying to A/B test inside the app as well.
Great. So I love how from the very beginning you have this theme of you've acquired user, that's just the beginning of the game. Retention is so important. You talked about retargeting, you talked about like reminding the users or giving them useful information based on their user activity through push notifications and making it as relevant as possible so that you have like retained user based on like the entire interaction or journey within the app. That's amazing. Edwin, I'd like to know your take on customer experience. Like as a user, how would you want your experience to be?
Yeah, whatever techniques we use, in terms of looking into customer experience, A/B testing, MVT, multivariate testing, or whatever tools we use. My perspective on this is, uh, in America we always say KISS, keep it simple, smart. So, um, for us users, you know, the traction of, for example, Apple products compared to many other ones. Uh, Apple doesn't necessarily have all the technologies, right? That other companies, from China is making, all kinds of stuff within their phone. But why do people choose Apple products? Because it's simple. It touches the customer experience at what they need, you know. And having said that, I I think it's not only just understanding how to make good impressions, but then, I'm working on this automatic persona generation. Automatic persona generation is identifying personas, for each of your customers. How do you give a different feel for each of your customers? Because you understand your customer better, you know what are their pain points, you know what are their goals, so you give them the persona that they needed in your UX UI. And this is something that is can only be done using AI. I'm an AI person. If you're not in AI, in the next few years, you will become dinosaur. I always say that all the time. So we need to embrace it. We need to learn it, and we need to implement it. AI it's a day to day. It's something we need to have. So yeah, that's my take on that. Different strike, use different stroke. Having that particular customer need, understanding them completely, even towards their empathy, having empathy towards what their needs are. This is a whole mindset that we need to have, instead of just looking into our list. Oh, our customer complains about this, our customer complain about that. But having that empathy, yeah, within the personas of your customers is very much needful.
I love how you bring first people thinking into like into really complex technical conversations like tech stack. Well, you know what? Don't talk about tech stack. Talk about your customer, what they need, and then bring in the solution. So I surely do not want to be a dinosaur in the next few years. So I'm taking your advice and keeping it safely in my digital bank. And that's amazing. I've learned KISS, I've learned ATM, and I'm just hoping to just copy and paste these in my future conversations. But I'll give you due credit for sure. So, with that, I have come to the end of the list of questions I had to quench my curiosity. But we do have two questions from our audience. One is both are related to privacy, and the first question is how safe is fintech for consumers? So banking product and like how concerned should the consumer be when they are sharing all this critical information with just an app? They don't have a person to interact with. There is like this whole personal feeling of feeling safe because I'm going somewhere, I'm doing something. that's been taken away. It's so convenient that consumers are obviously not sure where the data is going and how that, if that would ever be compromised.
Yeah, I'd like to answer this. I always have this principle. Knowledge without responsibility is destruction. And having said that, we have very, how do I say this, very volatile fintech business in Indonesia. You notice there's 178 fintech in a year, and then next year the OJK reduce it up to 80, remove all those other ones. And why? Again, back to that, we have CTOs who just barely graduating, and then I'm not saying that it's not good that you have creativity, but again, having that, I've only become CTOs until what, 15 years working, then I become a CTO. It takes a process. It's not the results only. Process is definitely is important. One of the things I noticed as people are developing tech these days, they just focus on features instead of other components. Other components such as security, as you mentioned earlier. Data privacy became a big thing and becomes a major problem because people didn't have the experience before facing security issues. And then suddenly now they're creating technology, big fintech company, people are putting in their data, and all they know about is how to create features. They never had experience about all these different things. So be mindful of that. Be mindful of who's creating the app, right? How is their experience in previous companies as they created their applications, and that becomes a major drawback for much companies nowadays. In Indonesia, we don't have regulations. We don't have sandboxing for our fintech. This is another problem. In Singapore, you will find that sandboxing is important because they get the right tools, they know the right people to connect with, they understand, again, the community, as I mentioned. So I think if the government is not making that community, Tarun, Trade Pass, you make that community, okay?
I'm signing up first for that community.
Yeah, the community itself helps to define, because imagine you're just graduating and then you're creating a company and then creating a tech, and then having not experience, you don't have a mentor helping you. Imagine what destruction you can make, right? So this is again and again, having the right mentor, having the right community where you belong to, helps guide you towards that security, and in terms of data privacy, best practices that needs to be put in place within the company vertices. So that's my take on that.
That is amazing. That's just like telling the consumer, listen, there are apps out there are solutions out there, but you have a responsibility too, to do your research on which companies are you investing in. Why are you choosing a certain company? What's the background story? How long have they been in the market, or who are they supported by? Who are they associated with? So in the it's not just like there are tons of solution and you just go and pick one. You have a responsibility as well to who you pick. Amazing. It's just like so responsible of a business leader to say, like, not pushing your product out there, but enabling consumers to be like more responsible and more educated about the problems in the ecosystem so that they can make the right choices. The second question, which is our last question before I have to say bye bye to these two amazing gentlemen, is how quickly do you see debit or credit card saving apps being implemented in Indonesia? And again, do you think what safety measures will be implemented along with that?
I think each one can answer that. He's in the lending also.
Each one. This is for you. Somebody knows you's put this question.
So how quickly debit or credit card or saving apps being implemented in Indonesia? I think it's already starting now. Some of the apps are integrated within the credit and debit card. For example, the digital banking is already building their own things for like that. About the security and the safety, as Patman say, some of the CTO being CTO after they graduate. I think, a professional speaking, we need to see which company and are they registered in OJK. That we can see from that well as well, and also. I think it backs to the user as well. You need to see the consent. You need to see if you download some apps. For example, if you are using Android, the capability of the app can get even your SMS, even your call log can be accessed if you give all the access. For example, I think it backs on the user itself. They need to be more understanding. If they download some apps, they need to check the permission as well, and see which company it's it and how credible does company itself based on the regulatory. Since the financial institution are strict by the regulatory, right? They need to register in OJK as well, at least.
Great. So I think both of you have asked the consumers to be responsible. Amazing. Great. That comes from senior leadership. It means so much to anyone and everyone who's listening. To agree with what both of you said, like, you have young people, they have excellent idea, but probably they do not have the kind of experiences to navigate through, like, what are the tricky situation that a consumer might face. And hence you need to either look at, like, okay, there might be someone as brilliant as Zuckerberg sitting out there, but what is the association, like, what have they worked with, what is it that they're pitching, how is it that they're speaking, becomes like very, very critical. So with that, sadly we come to an end of this amazing discussion. I'm definitely going to hunt both of you down LinkedIn and stay connected, because I just learned so much that I don't want to stop my learning process here. Thank you for everyone who joined, and I hope you enjoyed the session as much as we did. Over to you, Tarun.
I think the host might be having a little bit of technical. Oh, there it is.
My big thanks to all the panel members for this wonderful session. Thank you for sharing your expertise and rich experience on developing and publishing a native mobile app with monetization strategies. Thank you once again. The next session is on exploring digital disruption in insurance, building the future of insurance with new and innovative ways. And to present this session, we have Tegu Arya, CEO, Asuransi Simas InsurTech. Tegu, as a CEO, has himself driven various transformation programs, and he is also the head of InsurTech in the Indonesian General Insurance Association. He has been actively participating as a thought leader in prestigious industry conferences, advocating innovation and benefits of InsurTech to his industry peers. Without any further ado, let me invite our next speaker, Tegu Arya. Over to you,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Tegu.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Greeting from Jakarta. Okay, allow me to share my presentation with the topic of building the future of insurance with new and innovative ways. Thanks to the conference that inviting me to participate, and I really glad that I can join this event. So I will talk first about how the insurance industry shape in Indonesia, and how the current roadmap that we have as insurance industry, and how the insurtech also
enable us, the insurance company, move forward with the technology-based platform and how we create our ecosystem. And I will also share some tips and some insight how our insurance executive should do or should be aware of for the near future in facing the new technology or how adopt them. Yeah. So without further ado, I will go to the next slide. Let me slide this one. There you go. So basically, I will go to the macro insurance industry in the way that I will share also the Indonesian economic growth and GDP. And you can see here that our population also quite big, 272 billion people and million people, I'm sorry, and GDP is 4,175, and economic growth is merely around 3.3%. However, the penetration you can see is still relatively low. It's about 3.3%, and let's see, and you can see also here the insurance density. It means that how the premium compared to our population, especially for general insurance side here, this is the premium is relatively low, in even it bit in decreasing from 2020 due to some pandemic issue and economic slowdown. So, but I have some optimism that in 2022 it will start to recover. Anyhow, I will go to the next slide. This is some more detail about the insurance penetration in Indonesia. So the growth is not really significant from years to years, but I believe by having the insurtech as a new way to penetrate the market, the penetration itself will be more greater for the 2021 and 2022. Then I will also share how the regulatory environment in Indonesia related to insurtech, which is very interesting because insurtech itself is under the OJK. This is EKD atau Inovasi Keuangan Digital atau Financial Digital Innovation. So this is also the same body that also regulate the peer-to-peer lending, crowdfunding, digital banking, fintech in capital market, and so on. Yeah, and because we are insurtech as a tech company, also have some adoption of the regulation from Ministry of Information, Communication and Information, and also we related to the banks for the bank insurance and some partnership with the banks. We should also comply with the regulation through the bank itself as our partner. So this is some ecosystem. We also, as an insurance company itself, we also fall within the regulation of what we call non-bank insurance financial institution. Non-bank financial institution, or we call it IKNB, Institusi Keuangan Non-Bank. So that's purely regulate the insurance industry conventionally, and also now with the digital platform also. So how the ecosystem and how the product, how the distribution channel related to insurtech. I try to give some what I call it some big picture, I can say. What ecosystem we can enter, and how the distribution channel will take a role in this model, and what the product that's suitable for this ecosystem. Yeah, so I identify 3 distribution channel, which is digital banking, insurance broker, and digital agency platform. So this is interesting because mostly insurtech products or insurance product, so to speak, using the technology platform, actually not far from the conventional product, but we make it more simplified and more affordable. And because of that simplification and affordability, mostly the product is fall within the personal lines product. And how we channeling this product to the market? So we need to have an ecosystem also. We are not just put our product on our website or selling online using social media or some other tools, but we need to find a partner. So I try to identify the ecosystem where we can get in. So let's say we have a ticket portal, so online ticket agency or ticket booking, insurance aggregator for sure, marketplace. This is very popular in Indonesia, and there are also fintech company, including peer-to-peer lending or some payment agency, remittance service, and some many more. Courier service, this is a new phenomenon also in Indonesia that offering very quick delivery and for any kind of goods and services that they can offer. Automotive, yes, this is interesting, especially with the presence of electric car, EV. Travel portal, so I believe this will raise again in 2022 after the pandemics get over or diminished. And home car repair, telco, of course, online mass transportation, ride sharing, we can say. This is a very big potential market for the insurance product also. So I think all of us are quite familiar with the product itself and how we penetrate the market through this distribution channel. And this doesn't necessarily mean bank can also sell ticket or the bank digital banking can channeling with fintech, but this could be some innovative way, like insurance broker. They are now mostly using the digital platform, so they always positioning as the insurtech company. So in insurtech in Indonesia, they have most of them now, the big player, use broker license, insurance broker license. So they are also comply with the regulation. And in the other hand, they still have the advantage of digital platform to enable us as an insurance provider meet our target market in the ecosystem. Okay, I will go to the next slide. And this is some idea how the insurtech ecosystem in Indonesia, this is mostly I can say a majority player in the industry, and also some partnership of the insurance, like insurtech broker, the bank, and there is a peer-to-peer lending, courier service, and also some ride sharing or even airlines company. Yeah, this is all the potential kind of type of business that we can work together. Because why? They have the customer base, they have a very wide range of products that we can tap in as giving the protection or giving added value to their customer. And this is the role of insurance nowadays. And when we can offer our product, they also happy because they can generate additional revenue too as our partner. So investors very like it. So now it is very common that they invite many insurance company to provide this service with the most advanced technology or the affordability and also the business process that are very simplified and quick response. Yeah, and mostly now it's real time for issuing policy or for handling the claim. This is the key touch point, I can say, very concern from the partner in the ecosystem. Okay, I go to the next slide. I try to elaborate more about the channel. So I try to give some anatomy, lah, I can say, about how this channeling strategy look like. So you can see here that B2B2C is the mostly dominant channeling strategy. So we have find a partner either in the affinity, bank assurance. Sorry, this is not reassurance, and then also the partnership with the marketplace or other e-commerce company. So how it works? Yeah, in the affinity we can have an insurance aggregator, financial aggregator, advisory, or just a lead generator company. Yeah, this is also very important. From there, we can have a customer base to approach. And then also from bank insurance, this is using internet banking platform now, or digital banking, or even the apps or mobile banking platform. We can add on our product and they can do the transaction right away in the application. This is very big one, the partnership with the marketplace and e-commerce. And in our company also cover more than 50% of the contribution from the premium income. So the bundling product or add-on product is very popular here. Some also give some kind of gimmick. They subsidize the premium for the customer and also standalone product. This is, I think, the most market in Indonesia, the channeling market that works. And also, other than these three, also we have a digital sales. We also have some digital campaign like brand activation or lead acquisition using SEO and SEM. And also, last but not least, we should not forget that we also have to pay attention to our renewal or extension business. Yes, we have some CRM application and tools, and how we do some incentive for renewal or some reminder or push notification, and how our team also create the upselling and cross-selling program. The whole thing is now, I take some key point here, which is the product should be simple, and also the form also simple, application form and some claim form maybe. We also provide for the premium simulation. We call it Smart Premium Calculator, and the service should be online and real time. And if necessary, then you can use a multi-platform. Yeah, either using apps, web-based, or the partners platform. Yeah, and also our connection with our partner is using the API connection. This is also a solution how we handle the big volume of transaction. Even the premium is very small. Sometimes only $1 or less in terms of premium ticket size, but the transaction volume is very big, especially from the e-commerce company like marketplace or ride sharing. Yeah, so we have to find a system that's capable to handle this model. So that's why we use API connection. And I will give also some insight of what I take from the publication recently from Insurtech magazine. So yes, the pandemic also brings some impact, yeah, for the investment from VC to Insurtech company, and it is also we can see some certain decrease of about 2.3 billion in first half of 2020. Well, in 2019 is still in 13.4 billion. So in 2021, I think the situation more stable. But yes, we still have some uncertainty about the pandemic, especially recently we hear about new variant Omicron, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so interesting to see what will happen in 2022 for investment related. But I still believe that investment will also back again because technology is there, and we still have a lot of to catch up. Yeah, compared to other industry using the digital platform. I will share that after this slide. Okay. So, what the customer concern about using the insurtech or the insurance product using the technology, which is also in 2020 and 2021, there is a phenomenon that naturally pandemic also bring financial and people more risk conscious. They are now know how to which one to worry about. Yeah, they prevent themselves from going outside too much or limiting their activity at home, and they were also expecting if they are not going anywhere, stay at home, but they still need the same level of service and more personalized and simple product. Yeah. So because why? Because they have more times now to do online shopping, to watch streaming movie or news, do the banking activity digitally, ordering food or transportation online. So this kind of personalization service is become their DNA. Yeah, they realize that okay, I can do it instantly from my smartphone, and why not then the insurance? Yeah, so that also the expectation that our product should be attached to that their daily activities. Yeah, that's why we call it embedded in product and service at the point of purchase, because that point, the touch point of the transaction is when they realize that they need some additional value for this product, such as protection, for example. Yeah. So I can say that in the near future, it will not change again, I believe. Even the pandemic is over, that more personal insurance product is more favorable than just bulky product as a conventional product right now. Yeah. So this is interesting how the customer behaved and how we can adapt to this practice. Yeah. So the digital journey of Insurtech itself is very interesting to see because some says that we are 20 years behind compared to the other banking industry, for example. Yeah, and still, yes, I can admit that some business process, maybe still remains stuck in the past. Yet there is some regulatory issue and concern about to change this business process because it's insurance company in Indonesia is a regulated industry. For example, we cannot easily apply digital signature in the policy document because in our regulation we still apply that we need to handwritten signature in the document. So it's using the hard copy for sure. So there is an ongoing discussion how to change this, and I believe it will be a lot of changes or dynamic phenomena to adapt with the digital era, and I believe the regulation will follow it. Yeah, but yes, we need some times to digest and how to adopt fairly for the more public interest. Yeah, not just for insurance industry. So that means there is a clear demand. Yeah, we have a lot of time to catch up. So there's a lot of time, technology to learn, to adopt, yeah, to have a better option, service, and how our infrastructure will find its shape in the insurance market. So this is interesting, and there is a lot of opportunity here. Then this is my some keynotes from my friend also from Insurtech magazine. What's the trend for 2022? Yeah, the product should be more personalization. Yeah, because we have a greater data collection analysis, and then we can also more flexible, more personalized service to our customers. Digital transformation is still ongoing. As I said, that there are 20 years behind from the banking sector or digital banking. But I think the 2020 is we can see the new technologies transition going on. Yeah, in my IT team also, we are now adopting many programming language that we may not think different. We may not think several years ago. Yeah, this is interesting. Diversification, yes. Yeah, the value of service, digital product, new technology, new service, new benchmark. So we have to keep our business running with a new innovative product. Yeah, otherwise we will left behind. Yeah, then just need a lot of creativity from the business development and product development team too. And in investment, yes, as we mentioned before, that even in the past 2 years is not so good, but I believe in 2022 will raise again, and because investor or venture capital will know that there are a lot of things to do in the insurance industry. Maybe banking is in the leading position, but I think to catch up, we are in a better position to adopt more technology, and that means more investment to put in. Yeah. So then, what we need to aware? Yeah. So my colleague from the digital insurer, Mr. Hugh Terry, also share some notes here. I put them from him that capital is also something that you need to have it, yeah, to secure, I can say, yeah. So you need to lock your portion as soon as possible. Yeah, this is also how we can adapt, yeah, because there is a lot of investment we'll do, and for the technology purpose, and also pricing strategy, yeah, because the product is more affordable, more simple, and the volume is quite significant. We need to aware how our pricing strategy. Sometimes you cannot sell very low without considering the volume. But yes, if the volume is there, you may have some business consideration to give a lower rate. But you need to aware also about loss ratio and other parameters, and also liquidity issue from the regulator. So pricing strategy is very cautious, I think, and cannot just follow the market like in the old times industry when there is a price war or something like that. No, yeah, because we have to set this as for the long-term goal or purpose. Yes, we are also more focused and pressure on quick result. Quick result means the business process, how you invent the new product and release it in the market. Yeah, we cannot take too long from this process. Because also now we have to submit the regulatory to the regulatory body to get approval to sell this product also. So, but the other competitor also make the other product, so we need to catch up with them also and see the benchmark. So we need to focus on it. And also that as insurance company, even we have a technology company, but interestingly, because we are really underwriting company, so yes, we still have to pay attention for these three primary needs. for sure from our shareholder or stakeholders also. Yeah, increasing sales, reduce the cost, and stay compliant and reduce risk for sure. We cannot forget this because I see some insurtech company, because they are tech-based company, they don't care about the bottom line. They just care about the traffic, the volume, the transaction size. But I believe that kind of practice is no longer applicable, because now we need to see something more sustained and something more long term to see. Yeah, and I believe now investor nowadays seek that kind of concept, not just one shot, one hit startup company and then fade away because they fail to follow the changes or the regulation or follow the market. Many tech companies, they actually, I can say, in the insurtech is not really have a grip on the insurance industry itself. They may good on the one front end only, maybe, yeah, for the customer interaction, or maybe they just good in the back end for the claim process. But I don't see yet so far they have some complete or comprehensive technology-based platform. And this is also actually a challenge from the insurtech perspective, and also challenge from us as an insurance provider. And another point is a value chain innovator. How you deliver your value clearly, yeah. Just not just having a Me Too product with other competitor, because in technology or insurtech you should be in the leading position. That's much better, yeah. Because the product actually is very simple. That means every company can do the same. If you're not in the leading position, you will left behind. Yeah. So you have to create a new market with a new product, and you stay ahead always. Yeah. So having new digital business model, so you have secure your customers. That means if you can secure customer, you have a new digital business model. The investor also will find for you. Yeah, find for you. So last but not least, yeah, you have enjoyed the ride. Yeah, this is very dynamic, and you have so take a chance to take risks, but thoughtfully. I think that's all about my presentation. Feel free to have a question, and I'm happy to answer it. Thank you very much.
Tegu, that was a great and insightful session. Thank you for sharing valuable points
You're
on
welcome.
reshaping the future of insurtech, developing new services and business models, and much more. Thank you so much once again for
You're
joining
welcome.
us.
Thank you.
I request our virtual audience to use the Scribble Wall tab to share your thoughts on the event and future of financial innovation. We will now have a 15-minute networking session. I recommend all attendees to get involved with the virtual platform. There are a lot of interesting technologies and solutions that you can explore. Click on the exhibition hall and click on the booth that you would like to visit. You can even chat and video call with representatives who are present in the booth. Remember, the more you interact, the more points you will get. Click on the rewards tab to learn more. This is also a wonderful opportunity for you to network with other experts. Don't forget to click on Conference Hall to view the sessions after the networking break. If you are going to grab a coffee or eat something, please ensure you do not close your window, as this will log you out. Have a good time and see you in 15 minutes.
DBS is the largest bank in Southeast Asia. We spend about $2 billion a year and have over 60,000 transactions every day. And what we wanted to create was a joyful experience for people that were procuring things on a day-to-day basis. Initially, I sat down by myself and thought, what does a good procurement system look like? And I thought about my personal life and Amazon. I buy off Amazon every day. So why is it so difficult to have an Amazon-type buying experience in a corporate environment? When we mapped out the employee journey, we realized that actually usability of the system was going to be one of the key factors that we needed to look for in selecting a procurement system going forward. We went about selecting the product in a very different way. So we actually shortlisted 6 suppliers and we had 200 people buy products from each of the systems and then simply vote for which one they liked the best. And clearly Cooper came out as the winner of that process. We're a very highly regulated industry in financial services. And not only that, the 6 locations we rolled out in are very different. The rules and the regulations are very unique to each of the markets. Cooper helped, especially through the compliant invoicing module, to make sure that we were meeting the regulation that is required. We went live with Cooper 6 months ago. We've already significantly increased our spend visibility. We now have over 400 million additional spend that goes through the procurement system. Of that spend, 92% is fully digitized. That means nobody touches it. It goes straight through and we don't have to worry about it, which of course has made the procurement journey very joyful for end users. We've reduced time spent on procurement by DBS employees by 70%. So I think the visibility that Cooper gives me into my supply base and what I'm spending with who, it's so powerful. My team can really focus on the value of procurement, which is working with suppliers on innovation and really driving DBS business forward.
Hey there, I'm Josh. Although I work as a mobile marketer, I've always felt that my job is actually pretty similar to a taxi driver. Just go with me for a second. My job is to take tens of thousands of users on journeys, just in the digital world rather than on the roads. Which is probably good since I'm not an awesome driver. But getting customers to the right destination in the best way isn't always easy, and there are some pitfalls to avoid along the way. So, how can you make sure your customers are happy and always come back for another ride? Use customer experience and engagement tools that help you focus on 4 things. Personalization. They should know they matter. Contextualization. There should be a sense of where they are and where they're going. Smooth journey. They should get to their destination quickly and easily. Privacy. Customers should share only what they choose to. Every good taxi driver knows what to ask and what not to. How can you make sure this all happens? Easy. Drive a car with the best engine so that everything always runs smoothly, and it should have all the latest tools and systems you need to provide the best customer experiences that bring them from anywhere to the right location in the app every time. When you give your customers smooth, easy journeys, you boost conversion, and you build trust and keep users engaged and coming back for more, while dramatically increasing your return on experience. So, go ahead, give the AppsFlyer customer experience and deep linking suite a test drive, and see how easy it can be to take your customers on better journeys. I think I'll stick with digital ones myself.
GitLab is the open DevOps platform, changing how you deliver software. Whether you are working solo, on a small team, or for a large enterprise, our single application scales with you to provide unparalleled collaboration, security, and development velocity. Let's take a closer look on how GitLab helps teams collaborate, iterate, and deliver results that serve customers and business needs. Erin, a VP of App Development, notices a downturn on subscriber growth. Concerned with the impact this could have on the business, Erin communicates this to the team by uploading a screenshot of the troubling metric on their business general channel. From this very same channel, they can automatically trigger the creation of issues in GitLab. In this case, this third-party application is integrated using Wfis configuration. So as we can see here, by sending a message with this command in the business general channel, Erin created an issue on GitLab. Cool. From here, the team can take it and start collaborating and troubleshooting this issue and find out why the subscriber metric is going down. Parker uploads the screenshot to the GitLab issue and tags Delaney, the dev team lead, who will use GitLab metrics on their operations. On their operations, we can check some metrics of the Kubernetes cluster where the application is deployed. Checking this way some standard metrics such as CPU, memory, network, and so on. Everything seems fine. So Delaney goes back to the issue and concludes that it's not the infrastructure fault. Delaney suggests that the drop in subscribers could be caused by recent changes to the application front, thus reminding Parker of another issue about navigation problems in the mobile version of the app. Parker links the mobile website redesign issue to the subscriptions metrics one and brings Presley, the designer, into the conversation. Linking issues helps the team to create associations between them while troubleshooting the problem. Presley tries the website on different window sizes, and yes, the problem is in the front. The subscribe button is unreachable on mobile. Presley uses the issue boards and gives priority to the mobile website one. Alright, Presley works on the design using Figma. Designers can upload their work directly to GitLab issues. Here, we right-click on the design and select the corresponding issue where all the conversation has been happening. Click on Upload, and that's all it takes to send it to GitLab. And start handoff conversations over designs and code. The mobile redesign is ready. Coding time is about to start, so they tag Sasha, the developer. Because everyone has access to the same information, team silos are broken down. Discussion about the design happens in the GitLab issue. And when Sasha is ready to code, she creates a merge request. And by using the web IDE, she's ready to start adding the corresponding lines of code that will improve the website responsiveness. All right, the changes to the style are added. She's ready to commit. Here, we can see the diff in the code. And once she adds a meaningful commit message, we are ready to commit to this branch. This commit triggers our continuous integration pipeline, where the code Sasha just added will have to go through different stages where security scans, code quality, test coverage, and the creation of a review environment will need to be successful in order to be able to merge the changes into the main branch. Delaney, as the team lead, will review this merge request. He can take a look in the changes that were made. Select multiple lines of code to review them, if necessary. And alright, going back to the main page of the merge request, Delaney wants to try the application using Review Apps, which is an ephemeral environment that gets created thanks to GitLab Kubernetes integration. This environment allows us to try the application. Here, Delaney can click around and try the responsiveness of the website. That is the main concern and fix the team is attempting to do. It looks like the site responds well to different window sizes. Alright, back into the merge request page. Here we see that code owner's rule has been configured, requiring approval from Delaney if any changes to the CSS have been done. We can also notice that node security vulnerabilities were introduced by this merge request. Delaney expands the view for a full report, and everything seems compliant and okay. Alright, it seems we are ready to merge. Clicking on Merge will start our production pipeline. Again, a series of automated steps that, when successful, will deploy our application to production environment. We are confident that everything will work out. Nevertheless, we can take advantage of GitLab metrics and see with our own eyes how our new deployment is doing in real world. We can configure custom monitoring endpoints using GitLab integration with Prometheus, monitoring key metrics of the app, such as requests to the subscribe endpoint. Monitoring this endpoint allows us to see that the subscriptions are back on the rise. That's great. The team has solved the problem and the business metric is back on track. If you made it this far, you probably want to learn more. Scan this QR code to visit GitLab Learn.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good networking session and collected some reward points. We would now like you to win a lot of goodies with these reward points. Coming up next is a very exciting session on how Indonesia is accelerating with digital transformation in banking and financial services. To present this session, we have a fantastic industry leader, Rick Fabianto, whose partner IT enablement and transformation, KPMG Indonesia. Rick is an experienced consultant focusing on business development, technology strategy, process improvement, project and program management, and he has 16 years of consulting experience with the ability to relate market and technology. I now call upon Rick to take over the virtual stage. Over to you, Rick.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's good to be here. Yesterday, I was here also talking about digital procurement. So today, we are going to talk about the digital future of the banks, right?
Yep.
So this is actually come from the study that developed by KPMG. You can find the study actually in KPMG website, the digital future of the bank, the digital bank in 2030. Actually, that's the whole study that you can download it in our website. Yeah. So banking of the future will be quite different, or maybe very different, either to radical or evolutionary stage. Although our prediction is, of course, is fraught with uncertainty. For example, the COVID situations, the pandemic situation that nobody thinks this will happen. But we are confident that the landscape of the banks will be more competitive or even hyper competitive. But it will be more efficient and innovative to deliver consumers' autonomous experience. But please also remind you that whenever we talk about digital or technology, there is not a one size fits all. Certain customers, they want to have a complete autonomous experience. because they have a challenge or limitation in their banking knowledge or financial service industry knowledge. And another one who has more powerful knowledge and also have time. They want to have more power in their hands to identify which one that I want to be automate or which one that I want to be involved more deeply on the decision that I want to make. So the bank of the future will be able to cater those two needs, and that will be what we see is the successful banks. So what we are going to talk today is certain areas. So basically there are three areas. We'll discuss first about the technology and how this will impact to the stakeholders of the financial service industry, including the customers, the regulators, the players, and so forth. And after that, then we will talk about, once we already know, we already have the vision of what will happen for the banking industry. So what we need to do in order to tackle those challenges or opportunities, if I might say, and what the banks or financial institutions needs to do, because we see that in order to address those challenges, what we need is what we call as a connected enterprise, and we will discuss later on at the end of this presentations. Okay, then there are four areas that actually will evolve. As you see, it's not only about technology. First of all, it's about the data. Yeah? The data will be widely available because everyday objects, including ourselves, now becomes connected to the internet. So it's enable us or enable the banks or any other institution to see 36 degrees of our lives, not only about the customers, but they can see the demographic profile, of course, the behavior profile, and also how I interact with my environment. Right now, you can tap my data on how my social interactions in the social medias, and also there are wearable devices that I use. For example, this smartwatch that send the data of my exercise habits or my health conditions historically and also predictively. So it will become we will having more data available, and not only in the future, but right now we already have a situation where we're overwhelmed with the data. So the successful banks in 2030, that's our study mentions that it will be the one who master data-driven customer experience across channels, across all channels, mobile channels, internet channels, physical channels, by underpinning the artificial intelligence and also the robotic process automations that already started implemented in the banks. And because of this data, the customers like me will think the bank or financial institutions because you not only storing my financial data, but also other data that relate to me. The perception of the customer to banks, for example, from the institution which are the safest place to our money, now become the safest place of our data. Because why? Because when the banks in the future will develop their own ecosystem to their super apps, they will be shared our data to external parties to improve our financial well-being. So almost of our data will be on the institution, banks like you. So that's why we will trust our data to you. So it becomes very important in terms of customer data rights or data privacy become very important to be implemented not only in banks, but on financial sector, but through all the economies. And another thing that will evolve also about the business model, as you see now, the future will be competitive. The competition now, it's not only from your next banks, your colleagues' banks, but also the neo banks, the digital banks, or offer the top banking platforms, or even some of the leading banks now, they are already thinking to have more adjacent services to extend their business model. So this makes the financial service industry boundaries become blurred, and this become what we call as a toward platformications. So one platform, this financial service industry platform, there is a telco platform and other platform, and they compete on that platform. So in the future, bank will be act as an orchestrator rather than just bank. They will develop lifestyle layers to compete in the platform space. This is just like telcos. I think you already noticed that previously telcos, they're only utility companies. They sell voice and data. But right now, because they are able to utilize the data across their network channels and network systems, so they can even generate new streams to the adjacent services like on media and entertainment. Right now, if I can share you right now, it's already happened because telcos, they have the mobility data of their customers. For example, they know the data of certain people of the customer that goes through the certain streets. They know the profile of the data. They know the behavior of their own customers, so they can aggregate those data and then monetize it and sell it to the consumer goods company. So when they place their advertisement, so the consumer goods company can put the advertising that relevant to the people that goes through the roads where the advertisement is placed. So as you can see, that's the power of how you can use and leverage the data that you have to a single platform and can generate revenue streams to other adjacent business models. So that's the business model in the future would also be evolved, and I want banks or other financial institutions also thinks the same. Another thing is about regulations, of course. Inevitably emerging technologies like AIs, machine learnings, VR, AR, and so forth will create new and unforeseen risks. A lot of fraudulent activities will not be able to predict right now. So, for example, in terms of unethical AI uses, that becomes more prevalent right now. So regulators needs to be supervising the technology and its application in more deeply, and therefore banks, industry, it's very important to work with the regulators when you build a system or new solutions, so you become more trustworthy, and the regulation itself is robust, not limiting the creativity and innovation that you need to do. And also in terms of regulations, of course, the regulators will have to adapt and to use some of the technologies like what we call as RegTech tools powered by AI. So the supervision can be more efficient and effective. And another thing is the blockchain will become the source of trust because they will locking in the data transactions, histories. So it will have more sophisticated risk assessment models. So by using this blockchain or DLT. And in terms of technology, as you can see, there are a lot of new technologies that's coming up, and in the futures, it will be more mature, biometrics, 5G, and so forth. But for the technology, let's go to the next slide where we discuss in more detail. So in the technology, as you see that KPMG has done some studies, we try to see in the next 15 years, which technology will have a transformational impact, moderate impact, or high impact from 5 years within now, 10 years, and 15 years from now. But one thing that very important is there's all this technology actually will make the banking experience will be more personalized and ubiquitous across all devices and channels. So that's why you need to be able to see, because there are a lot of technologies that are coming in, so you need to be very careful on selecting which one that is more relevant, that is more supportive to your business strategy and goals. Because when you wrongfully choose the technologies because you implement the new technology for the sake of the technology, meaning because you see that competitors doing that, then I also want to do that. It has to be carefully planned and very carefully thought, because when you implement the obsolete technology, then you will miss the time, miss the investment, and miss your customers. So let's talk about some of the transformational technologies. This is some of the technology we believe that we will impact in a more transformational way. AI and ML, I think I have seen the previous presentation. A lot of presenters have already discussed on AI and ML, on DLT for DLT or distributed ledger technology or blockchains. I think is already mentioned as well, but the key is that the customers can trust the bank that the automation and decision that are made are traceable, reconcilable, and transparent to them. So this will help customers to manage their increasingly complex fragmented lives. So right now we already have a lot of choices, and the challenge that we have is already become more and more high within these pandemic situations. So we want to have trust to the bank, but then by using this blockchain technologies or DLTs, customers can trust the bank to store their data. Another one is 5G, of course. This will become enabling us to have real time because the connectivity become no longer issues. And cloud computing, of course, it's already happened right now. I see that I think we all witnessing the growth of this cloud computing, either as an infrastructure as a service, a platform as a service. But one thing that I want to highlight is the adoption rate in Indonesia. I don't know. Some people say it's already started, but I don't think it's a growth as we want, or is what we expected, like, because some companies, especially financial institutions, still a bit hesitant to go to the cloud because of they believe that's not clear regulation with, for example, the data residency and so forth. But right now, some of the cloud providers, they already put their data centers and data infrastructures in Indonesia. So I don't think it will become an issue anymore. So cloud computing becomes very important because of what? Also because, for example, in one of my clients, they want to see the data analytics and don't have structures. So they came to us and then asked us to do the technology planning and strategy, and something okay. They want to utilize and leverage data analytics, so they come to us to advising them on the technology planning, but they are hesitant to do it on cloud. At the same time, Google Cloud Platform, Amazon Web Service, they already has this BigQuery or analytics and data warehouse in place that you can use. You don't do your own data or data warehouse, and you can just run this to the cloud platform as a service. It will save investment, it save a lot of time, and you can start analytics on day one rather than develop your own infrastructure on data warehouse and so forth. So I think this can be more advisable for you to grow by utilizing the cloud computing. But in my opinion, the cloud will people will go to there, and because of the speed of implementation and time to market is more prevalent right now, so cloud will be we highly use in the future in Indonesia. Another one is IoT, AR, VR, quantum computing. This is the how to process the value of data, because with overwhelm of the data, they need the infrastructure to process the data, so the content will become more prevalent in the next couple of years. So what will be the impact of those technologies to the customers, to the stakeholders of the business of in this industry? We see some of the happening. For example, we already talked about the connected everything will be connected. We also see the engagement as a service, and also the rise of AI and distributed trust and so forth. Let me share you about the super apps. I believe right now major banks, they already moving toward that, and some of the banks probably already started in developing super apps. And basically it's product and services not only within the banks, but for all the ecosystems that they want to build within these financial institutions. So super apps are already happening. It will just be more prevalent, where financial institution will use super app for their customer within their ecosystem for nearly all of their activities. One of major clients, it's regional banks. We advising them on their digital strategy. When I ask them what you see in the future, what do you want to do in the future, what the vision? Oh yeah, I want to develop the super apps. So this kind of thing, it's not only belong to larger banks or group conglomerate that have banking, insurance, and other ecosystem, and put it in one super apps. But even smaller players or medium players, they already think about super apps, because they believe that they have this 100 or 1,000 merchants that already within ecosystems. So they launch the e-commerce websites by using the mobile, and they want to connect all of them, the merchants, also the customers. So whenever they need loans, they need credits, they want to buy, they can always use the super apps, their super apps, to meet their needs on their financials needs. And also the payment, it's not only will be automatic, but also we see in the study, we believe that the payment will be more automatic. So whenever you walk into the shop, for example, to do some groceries, when you already bought the items, then the payment will be doing automatically. Why? Because my preference on how I do the payment for this kind of stuff will be stored in the banks. We use some loyalty points that I have, 50% using my loyalty points, 30% using cash or the balance that I have, and another the rest, the 20%, I will use the credit card that I also have in this bank. So once I do the shopping, the payment will be done automatically between the interactions between the retailers and also the banks. So it will be more automated process. So this is like the extended of the buy now pay later services. It will be more automatic. It will be done almost non-existent that we need to do the payment, because the banks and the merchant will communicate each other's, because I already put my preference, so it will be done automatically. So that's the payments, and also the distributed trust. Customer can trust the bank, and that the automation and decision that made are traceable, reconcilable, and transparent to them. So that's what the distributed ledger is. So this is the examples of digital tech adoption in the banking industry that we have seen right now. We will see that this will be more sophisticated will be more prevalent. For example, NatWest, the bank in the UK, they allow customers to open accounts by the selfie. They do biometric and facial recognition, connected those data to the government issue ID card. I believe this also already happening in one of Buku 4 banks. They already use this and connected the data of the customers to the Dukcapil, so they can make instant decision on how much loans that they can give to these merchants. So in the future, this will become more prevalent, the connection and the authentications in the future. And also, if you see some the chatbot, right now we already engage with the chatbots, but more in passive. When we connecting with them and then connect to the customer service, we will connect it to the chatbots. But the chatbots in the future will be more human-like. Right now, the chatbot already can make a voice just like the human, including their sentiment, their emotion, and not sounds like a robot. And also, they can sense the emotional if we have challenges in our product and services. The robot can also have the sentiment analysis, and then can subsequently deliver that conversation in more human-like. And HSBC, there is a Pepper, is a humanoid robot that can handle duties like tellers and banks. Right now, if you go to the banks physically to the Sunday morning, there will be huge queue and very busy. And one of the banks that I visited actually last Monday, the number of queue is so long, and they already utilize the securities or satpam to help me on solving my problems. At that time, I lost my ATM card, and using this autonomic, not autonomic, like kiosk, self-service kiosk, and connect my ID card with my fingerprint, and then automatically they can use. But in the future, even though most banks are using branchless, but still for the physical branch, we see that the usage of the humanoid also, just like the HSBC with the Pepper, will also be happening more and more. So those are some of the technologies, and I believe you can see other use cases, how the AI is used in banking, machine learning, virtual learnings, and YouTube, in the Google, and so forth. But most important thing is, if you already know what will happen in the futures, and you want to develop a super app, you want to digitize this and that, what you need to do actually in terms of in your own, and how to handle the situations. So, okay, this is maybe I'll skip this and then I'll go to this one. So, in our studies, we believe that the successful banks, they can adopt to the future challenges or future opportunities, is what we call it as a connected enterprise. So connected enterprise basically is about there's 8 connected capabilities. So it's not built in silos. For example, in terms of strategy, innovative product and services, seamless interactions, and responsive operation and supply chain until digitally enabled architecture that you have. We believe that this connected enterprise is the one who can handle and adapt to more future challenges and opportunities. And based on our studies, companies that make investment in all capabilities are 2 times in average, as likely to achieve return on investment in one or more metrics, and also be more successful than in the others. And one thing that I want to highlight also is on a digitally enabled technology architectures. This is happening right now in one of my major clients. They want to implement new breakthrough system related to their core capabilities, their core banking technologies. they want to implement this as fast as possible, but the challenge is right now they realize that they don't have visibility on how all of the system that they have actually connected between one and another, because this system will impact to other systems. So they don't have a proper recommendations. They don't have a proper tools on architecture to see how this system will impact to others. So a lot of times spending just to identify and go through one by one how the system will impact to others. And if we know the impacts, then we know how to design the architecture of these new systems. So my recommendation is, when you think about the digital things that you want to do in the future, you also really need to see how architectural ready in terms of application, infrastructures, and also data. Because it will, if you don't have those visibilities, if you don't know what exactly will happen if the new system are coming in, it will slowing down the the realization of these new digital ecosystems. So that's why I highly recommend for you to really look at the current architectures, whether it can meet the future architectures or not. And last thing is, I want to also highlight about the responsive operations and supply chain. Yesterday, I was here together with Kupa. We're talking about the digital supply chain, digital procurement. Uh, in our study, what we call as a connected enterprise is this enterprise will have the capabilities to meet the fluctuated demands. Whenever there is a spike on the demands, the system, because this is connected enterprise, the system will go through your procurement systems. They will directly connect to your suppliers. And because this is straight-through processing, because this is repeat orders, they will go directly to the authentication process, approval process, which is automatic, and the suppliers will be told how much that they need to put their supplies and by when. So you will not miss any fluctuation on the demand or any spike of demands. So that's why responsive operation and supply chain is also one of the key things that you need to have in order to tackle the the future of digital banking in the futures. So I think that will be all of my presentations. But one last thing that I want to highlight before we close this session is that because this seminar, this is also not about only technologies, but also innovations. One thing that I want to highlight is you already know, based on this presentation, based on the previous presentations about digital technologies, digital enablements, and so forth. And what I want you to think is, using this perspective of the connected enterprise, try to think about the innovations that you can do. The way you can innovate, there are two ways. We call it iterative innovation or radical innovations. Think about like Steve Jobs, for example. When they see that Blackberries and using the, when all the phones are using the typing, not the touch screen, he thinks more than just a phone, but he thinks about the media, about the music, about the Wfis, and put in one ecosystem and become the Apple ecosystems. So that's also that I want you to think about when you want to do the innovations. Think the financial services is not only banks, but insurance, investment, but also one lifestyle ecosystems that your customers need. Lastly, because innovation is about producing something. So why don't you start, if you want a big things, then start thinking big. Okay, probably my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick, for sharing your valuable insights on the developing digital finance sector and digital economy ecosystem in Indonesia. Thank you once again. We now have yet another exciting session with guest speakers from Palo Alto Networks on topic securing ASEAN with cybersecurity for the modern financial service industry. I now call upon the panel members to take the virtual stage.
Hi, thank you so much for attending the Securing ASEAN episode 2. My name is Ian Lim. I am the Field Chief Security Officer for Palo Alto Networks. And today we have an exciting program for you. We have, on our panel, Dr. Kitty Kosavisud, and he's from the Bangkok Bank. He's a CISO. He's got over 20 years of experience in IT and 10 years focusing on information security. He's also won the CISO ASEAN Award in 2012 and has spearheaded adoption of ISO standards across the region. Also with us today is Mark Fragoso. He is from an amazing fintech out of the Philippines, Gcash. Very seasoned, well-rounded information security professional and practitioner. With huge experiences in the banking finance world. And so we have the privilege of being able to see the perspective from a very established FSI, as well as the counterpoints from a fintech. And so without much further ado, I'm going to go ahead and kick this off. As all of you know, coming out of the pandemic, a lot of companies recognize the importance of technology. Workers are now borderless, they're all working from home. Technology has stepped up, especially in the world of fintech, because retail all had to go towards technology to basically direct the ability to be viable in this environment. Big banks are also looking at going towards giving the consumers what they want, and that means being open to allowing and working and partnering with fintechs as well. So it's a very, very interesting time for us here. And as we go forward to a post-pandemic state, would definitely have cybersecurity in mind, because all these new technology, cloud, open APIs, IoT, right? All these capabilities are actually bringing together a much, much more broader attack surface. And our hackers are getting a lot more sophisticated as well. And so hopefully this panel will be very illuminating for you as we talk about how an established FSI and how a fintech handles the new landscape, the new threat landscape. All right. With that, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Dr. Kitty. How are you guys doing?
Good morning, everyone.
Great. I'm going to start with the first panel question for you. I would like to hear from both of you. How is the cybersecurity strategy, within your organization enabling the business at this time? Dr. Kitty, would you kind of like to take a first hit at that?
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate having me in the very exciting topic today. As we know, the pandemic situations forced a lot of organizations change the way we work. and introduce the new type of threat, and also the very important is the new type of threat. The education awareness is all together. We need to raise the bar very quickly, and the situation is very tight in terms of timing, and actually the cost, not only the money, but it's the process, and we need to close the gap quick enough. So basically when we deal with the cyber threat, that is the evolving way of techniques that hackers use, and may I share some pictures, some slide. I divide into 4 categories.
Okay.
The first one, we know what the danger, what is the threat are. So we try to control. We set the standard control in the organization. This is the easy part. We used to it. We have a lot of tools. We have a lot of process, and we take control of this one. That is okay. But the problem is another 4 categories, which is we know that someone in the organization don't know about it. So we need to communicate. We need to build awareness, especially the work from home situations. A lot of people not get used to how they work from home, how to maintain, how to keep the information secure. So we need to build awareness. Going to the top right, this is the hard part, because most of the time we don't know what we don't know, because it's a new threat. Hackers try to innovate, have the new things, try to penetrate us. So this area we need to incorporate with other organizations, external organizations, because we want to share, and we want to avoid the repeated situations. It may be the first hit to some organization, but if we share, it's going to reduce the overall damage.
Great. No, absolutely agree. Yeah, it inoculates. One company or one organization knows about it. They share it across the board. And we saw this with SolarWinds, how Microsoft and FireEye immediately shared, and the rest of the world were able to kind of counter that. I absolutely see what you're saying.
Yeah, that is very important, because we deal with this situation many times, 0-day and new type of attack. And on the top left, this situation is someone may don't know that. Actually they know, but they not actually I don't know, recall or confidentially implement or okay. So we need to empower. We need to bring out their potential, because I believe everyone have potential to learn to do many things. But some in situations, it's like the pandemic situations. We need to empower our people to bring up their potential in order to help organization protect from the cyber threat.
That last point you made mentioned, a lot of organizations think that cybersecurity is the responsibility of the cybersecurity team alone, right? Yeah. And that's not true. I think the one thing that we to your point, is that we need to communicate to the broader audience, and not only people within our company, but the third parties, etc., that it's everybody's responsibility. This is something that is not done by one specific team, but everybody plays a role in being able to build that defense in depth, right? Starting with the end users. Great. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge here.
Yeah.
Mark, fintech world is such a fast-paced, moving world. And oftentimes when you guys are in the middle of building the company, cybersecurity is often seen as potentially a blocker, right? How do you, in your organization, build up cybersecurity as an enabler? What have you guys done in your sector for Gcash?
Yeah, I think for us, it pretty much boils down to how your cybersecurity strategy contribute to the balance scorecard of your organization. I guess I'm going through that, So we have financial, right? Financial operations. We have customer and learning and growth or development. So for financial, definitely our cybersecurity strategy enables financial protection. I think we all know this, right? One of which, as a classic example of that, is, we ensure that we're not in a position of having like a major breach or security incident that warrants like a regulatory notification and or like penalties and fines, right? So we enable financial protection on that front. The other one is when we implement all of our our strategies through our projects, we want to make sure that all of those projects are executed timely, definitely, but also within budget, right? And on top of that, we make sure that when we deal with our suppliers or our vendors, right, or with our partners, we perform enhanced due diligence by making sure that we have the right commercials definitely in place, right? We have the best discounts, we have the right commercials, but also in the contracts, we have enough protection from the contracts. The other one is really from the operations perspective. I think one of really is process efficiencies, right? When we do implement things within the organization, we want to make sure that it does not add additional overhead across the business unit. And I can tell you this: we have shut down a lot of those things lately. So, and also we want to make sure that we contribute to the service availability and quality, right? So, for example, if your products and services, your omni channels, if you will, we want to make sure that all of those are always up, most of the time, right? And so we protect against cyber attacks like denial of service attacks and even like hacking attempts. And and lastly, I think one of the things that I can see is we also want to make sure that we launch the best products and services out there. And how do we do that? We make sure that it's secure, right? So, yeah. So the other aspect is customer. From your balance scorecard. Well, our employees is also our customer. I mean, we want to make sure we protect them. We want to make sure that they are pretty much aware of the threat landscape and all of these new cyber risks, if you will. Extending from our customers, we also protect. Extending from our employees, we protect our customers. Meaning, so because right now in the fintech organization, specifically in our in our local landscape here, we are now seeing that there's a shift of attack. I mean, we are being targeted definitely, but there's a shift of attack towards our customers, right? And so we are protecting our customers by making sure that we put all of those like information campaigns about about fraud, about security. How do you secure yourselves? How do you secure your information? But at the same time, we also like through threat intelligence, we are scanning like the underground web, if you will, and see, do we have customers there? Do we have customers' information there? And say, if there is, we want to notify that customer ahead of time, right?
Very proactive, yeah.
Very proactive, right? So, and the other one is also brand protection, right? So we want to protect our brand in a way that we proactively, find phishing sites that looks like Gcash, right? And then even also on top of that, we also look at, are there other sites or like pages out there that are carrying the Gcash logo, right? And say with a malicious intent. So we take all of those down, right? So from a customer perspective, I think that last but not least, well, the last aspect of your BSc would be about your internal learning and growth. So people is also key. Is one of my as part of my cybersecurity strategy, and so my people your cybersecurity people. Basically, I want them to take more the trainings that they needed,
right?
Certifications that they needed for them to be effective in their role, right? And we do that also as part of their personal goals, like on an annual basis. Well, I want to make sure that they have enough trainings. I want to make sure that we push them for getting more certifications. Like in addition to this, and we know this, right? We have like, I don't know, there's some some companies or organizations call this like meeting fatigue or Zoom fatigue. If you guys are using Zoom, right? Because there's no boundary now between work and so
Life.
even night, yeah. So even nighttime, I mean, people are still working, right? Because they're still pretty much in their home. So I guess for us, we also do employee engagement programs, right? So engagement programs on a month-on-month, or we also recognize employees on a job well done on a month-on-month. So I think from a holistic view, that's how I look at it, how my cybersecurity strategy enables the business holistically. So yeah.
No, I mean, oftentimes we hear that humans are the weakest link, right? And, both Dr. Kitty and yourself illustrated the point that, that's one way to look at it, but human beings can also be your strongest defense, right? It is also the employees and the consumers that pick up the phone and say, hey, look, this doesn't look right, right? And immediately, as the cybersecurity organization, we could quickly react to it. So I think it's a matter of, what you guys both say, how we invest, in not only the technology and the capabilities, but in our people, in order to bring up that security posture. And the other thing I really like what you said, Mark, is that, I often have this analogy, right? That, we are living in this brand new world where technology is such a major enabler of business. And it's like this big, fast electric car, if you will, right? And if you don't have the safety features, if you don't have the seat belts, right? If you don't have all the capabilities that we now have in a really good, intelligent electric car, you can't go that fast. You're bound to crash. And in the case of fintech, when you're building up a brand and a reputation, that crash could be very, very significant for you. And so, I'm glad that, you have a comprehensive program, balancing, all the various needs in the cybersecurity space, and just really looking at cybersecurity as an enabling capability, and not like, the good old, police, right, of IT. Oh yeah, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. No, great. Thank you so much for that. In our kind of second question, I wanted to direct it more, individually to you guys. So in a traditional, in a financial institution that's well established, like the Bangkok Bank, Dr. Kitty, I'm sure that you guys grew up in the on-prem world, and now with the revolution of cloud, right? There's all this idea of moving more and more workload to the cloud. Can you tell our audience a little bit about that journey that you guys are taking into the cloud, and what cybersecurity implications you're dealing with in that area?
This topic is very important because if we can see that a lot of organizations moving the service on cloud. If we look back at the beginning stage when cloud computing has been introduced, people is struggling and a lot of discussion about what should be migrate to cloud and what cloud should help. At the beginning, a lot of people may see, oh, cloud is fast, cheap, but actually it's not very. It's different in nature.
Illusion.
It's like a cloud, but
yeah,
actually it's different. Cloud and ground is different.
Yes.
Actually, it's different in nature. There's a good thing when we move to cloud, and what we need to do and educate, and a lot of discussion within the organization in terms of strategies is very important, because we don't keep it good, but sometimes we need to prepare. We need to
not only upskill, sometimes we need to reskill a lot when we move to cloud because of the shared responsibilities when we move to cloud. This is very key concept, shared responsibilities that make people move and reskill our people to manage third parties. It's going to be fall into the third parties risk management categories. We need to understand that, and we need to get the benefit from cloud computing, while we need to reskill, educate, and try to look at what should be moved to. And in case we get used to the BCP, BCM, business continuity management, it like a totally change the plan that we have when we move to cloud. For example, if we deal with the big cloud providers, cloud service providers, sometimes it should not be, we cannot customize the solution. We need to follow both technology itself, architecture itself, but also the agreements. So we need to manage how we can to manage, because a big cloud service provider won't change, won't custom the architecture. That we need to look at how we can to move, and then the business continuity plan, especially when we move the business process and also data into cloud. The exit strategy become the another very important things. Exit strategy, sometimes we just move forward, but we don't have the plan B. We need to think about plan B. This is all together that we need to think in terms of corporate strategy when we consider cloud, and what process, what business functions we need to move to cloud, and we need to prepare for.
And make sure to avoid the lock-in factor, and a lot of companies are looking at kind of a multi-cloud vendor, right? So that they're not locked into one. No, I hear you loud and clear.
Right.
What about cybersecurity? Where how is cybersecurity different for your on-premise world versus your cloud world? And maybe even talk a little bit about the idea that you are probably in a hybrid environment with one feed in data centers and another feed in cloud. Talk a little bit about how you guys are addressing those challenges.
If we look at from the security control difference between on-premise and cloud, we may see the concept of what need to be controlled in terms of security. But when we look at into the detailed technologies, a lot of difference. We need to build the skill of the people. When we talk about, firewall is firewall, but another technology, most of them are like a container virtualization. The tools on cloud are different.
Serverless, you name it,
Right. So we need to again reskill on the technical people as well. The control concept, we have the security control library, but when we look it into the technology itself, it's different. Even though we need this type of control, the control on cloud, the tools are different. So we try to build the skill, but sometimes because of the architecture itself is not much that we can change. We need to manage all the control and try to build, and then if we can have the central management. Because in our organizations, definitely we go for hybrid. We have something on premise, we have something on cloud. We need to have the view of integrations in order to link between what's happening on cloud and what are on premise, and then integrate together. So this is the key, that we need to integrate visibility both cloud and on premise in terms of security as well.
And skill up. So we definitely have a lot of experience talking to various FSI and other companies, right? And the visibility, is key to be able to see, both on-prem and cloud, because you can't protect what you can't see. The other thing is we also are definitely, helping them with solutions of creating more of a platform that's able to, be implemented both on-prem as well as in the cloud. So it's one policy as opposed to disparate policies, and makes it hard, right? Because you guys are under a lot of regulatory pressures to have, a single pane of glass to be able to see both the on-prem and the cloud stuff. And even in the cloud stuff, to your point, right? There's kind of the old lift and shift. Stage one cloud, basically you're building your 3-tier architecture back in the cloud again. And then, you go to container, capabilities, and then down the road, you go to serverless infrastructure as code, right? Are you able to have a capability that gives you the same, protection over those, over those different types, of progression? So yeah, no, we completely, it's a huge challenge, which is why, Mark is here to talk a little bit about, how, a fintech, I'm not sure, Mark, were you guys cloud native? How did you guys grow up in the cloud, and how is that really different in terms of your ability to put the security capabilities up front in the cloud, and do you also have on-premise concerns? But let's talk a little bit about how you guys secure the cloud. I mean, obviously you guys have so much transactions and so much consumers on that cloud.
Yeah, so I think for us, we started, I think we're like mixed. It's a hybrid. So this company is actually a business unit in a telco mother company, but it grew bigger in a way that it went on its own, and it's now being heavily regulated by the central bank. So there's on-prem footprint. So we still have that data center in there, and we have 2 cloud platforms right now, right? So AWS and Alibaba. But in with regards to how do we make sure that security is also there? I mean, with the hybrid technology technology infrastructure that we have, and I think you nailed it well there, Ian. It's really number one, visibility, right? The other aspect is also mentioned by Dr. Kitty, is about the upskilling of people, right? Because that's really very key. When you look, what are the top cloud security concerns? I would definitely tell you that it's most of which is misconfiguration, right? So I think nearly all successful cyber attacks is due to misconfiguration, and so, and I guess the next question there, why does it happen? And why do we have misconfigurations in place? And number one, basically reason is lack of inexperienced users. Inexperienced users. I mean, there are, and also like cloud is really programmable, if you will, right? Meaning if you employ like your CI/CDs, you have like an agile team, they can spin up workloads in the cloud using script or code. They don't even log into the cloud console and say, let me spin up an EC2 or ECS instance. No, they use a script to actually just spin any workloads in there. And so because of that, because of inexperienced users, because of the agile ways of doing things like the DevOps, DevSecOps, we have these kind of issues, right? And so for us, being aware of that issue, we want to make sure we have a solution for that. And so it's part of our cybersecurity strategy. And I think we're kind of like doing that now. Yeah. So basically, once you have visibility across all of those misconfigurations, all of those things, then you get to then have put in a process in place and fix all of those things, right? All of those issues. So yeah.
No, it's a life cycle, right? And that's a really key point. We learned that, even in our traditional on-premise, that, back in the day, we've got the waterfall model and it's the SDLC. But in the agile world, it's a much bigger life cycle. I think definitely there's the configuration, like Dr. Kitty was saying, and what you're saying, a misconfiguration and configuration of the cloud. You've got to be able to scan that and see if there are any misconfiguration. And then as guys are developing the code, are you giving them the capability? You guys talk a lot about upskilling. Are we giving them the capability to be able to check their code, right? They're pulling stuff down from GitHub, etc. Are we scanning those libraries to see if there are any bad malware or bad code in there? And as we go into deployment, right? Are we deploying it correctly? Do we have any runtime protection? Are we scanning this cloud capability from outside in and from inside out? I think it's kind of a full life cycle, but not only full life cycle, but a capability to give you a way to look at different clouds. You mentioned that you guys have Alibaba and AWS, right? If you're just leaning on the Amazon and the Alibaba tools, you're going to have two lenses to look at things. Are you able to kind of harmonize it and look at both clouds in the same way, apply policies and scanning in the same way? I think those things are key. And then lastly, multi-stack, right? So I spoke about it earlier. Not only are you dealing with kind of infrastructure as a service, but you're dealing with now infrastructure as a code. You're doing different things, and you guys are evolving in the cloud. Do you have the capability to kind of keep up with that from a cybersecurity perspective? No, great insight, and thank you. One question that bridges the both of you, right? So there's this a lot of discussion in FSI around open banking and APIs. The fintechs are relying heavily on these APIs to be able to provide their consumers with capabilities, right? With new products, et cetera, et cetera. And the FSI world is really looking at these APIs as a way of meeting consumer demands and really to be on the forefront of products and services. So Dr. Kitty, is Bangkok Bank opening up their APIs to fintechs to use? And if so, what is your strategy to kind of secure that?
Currently, we are focusing on open the API for business partner first, not open publicly, because we now, as the banking sector in Thailand as well, we try to set the standard for API.
Right.
Working together with the regulator, Bank of Thailand. That is important because we're going to ensure that the API security standard is in place before we open up. So as a business, we focus on opening up the API for the business partner first. That is the starting point until we have the proper API security standard for banking sector in Thailand.
Okay, great. And even for business partners, so those are established business partners, right? And that you already have a relationship, a trust relationship with. Is that what you're talking about?
Should we include fintech as well? But that okay. Is what we trusted partner. Okay, trusted partner.
That's great. So Mark, on your end, you guys are the consumers, of these APIs that FSI open to you. I guess what advice do you have in terms of, are they assessing your security as well in order for them to share the API? Can you give the listeners, an idea of both, how you guys secure your API and what does the API ecosystem look like for you?
Yeah, sure. So, I think this is something to do still with your overall like third-party management program, right? As part of that is, as a subset of that is really the security aspect, the security assessment, if you will. So if the API definitely, as I see it, is an integration point, right? For you to be able to communicate with a trusted party, be that in an FSI or a trusted merchant or another supplier, if you will, that provides you guys services. So for us, it's more about like we perform security assessment, right? Firstly, for that particular third party, because this is an integration point, we want to make sure that we scan the API for any vulnerabilities, definitely, because that's facing the net.
Yep.
The other one, not just the layer 7, if you will, but also which server is it hosted, meaning the infrastructure level. So we scan both the infra and the API and see if there are some vulnerabilities in there, and we then highlight it, right, to the third party. And same goes with them, right? They do also, if we're then the like the consumer or the third party from a third, from that perspective, they also do that with us. But since we're like more proactive, we always gonna tell them, okay, here's the result of the latest scans already. We have that in place, and tell them we have loads of informational type of issues, and so do you want to mandate fixing the low issues, right? So
right.
I think we're on that, we're on that level. The other one, again, going back to the really basics of things, visibility, right? You need to know what APIs you have out there that's really internet facing.
Yes.
Because if you may never know if there is one that's not in your list and you have not scanned previously or never scanned really, right? So, and this is where close working relationships with, with security and IT comes into play, right? Because if you have that developed, then pretty much you didn't want the IT team to recertify, say, an inventory list of all of the APIs that's fronting the net or the internet, right? Because I don't know if there's such a tool out there that can actually automate, that says automate getting an API inventory near real time. I don't know if there's such a tool out there. It's really
There is.
about there is. Wow. Okay. If there's that's a solution
We'll
that's
talk later.
so that's good. If there's such a solution, then definitely the manual process of recertification, like of an inventory, would be just put aside, right? So
Yeah.
and so really visibility is key, and security assessment is key. So security assessment, be it like a procedural and or like in addition to security vulnerability scanning and assessments. So
Yeah.
that's yeah.
No, that's huge. And again, continuous validation of that API, right? It's not just that you build it once, you look at it once, and then you leave it alone, because there's always drift from what it was initially created for and what it is now. So that continuous validation is key, which actually brings us to the topic of zero trust. I'm sure you guys are both familiar with that paradigm. And I know that both many countries have adopted from a mandate perspective the idea that zero trust as a paradigm is important. And this is really to meet the fact that our existing paradigm of creating parameter and creating trusted and untrusted zone is not enough. As evidenced by all the hacks that's been going on around supply chain, around ransomware. And so, this zero trust model of continuous validation, of digital interactions become a very, very key concept and key strategy for a lot of companies. And it's one that us as Palo Alto Networks embrace, and we build our capabilities towards that goal. Dr. Kitty, is Bangkok Bank, implementing zero trust or starting to adopt that idea, and if so, can you give us some examples of how that is done?
Yeah, very important. Zero trust concept is very important. Actually, not only the zero trust for people, but with that is the zero trust for like an API, a zero trust for device for programming. When we look at zero trust, I think authorization become the most critical part. That is the access right that we need to revise, and we need to set it properly. As the previous example, when we talk about API, when we open the API, authentication or the control is important, but once it passed to all the process of control, the protection or the protections, authorization become importance, because each customer may connect to the same API, but different authority, different authorization profile that they can have. In some API, they try to improve the performance. That is the specification that they need to make it fast enough, get the information, not back and forth many times in order to get information. So they try to improve performance, but it come back into the very basic part, which is the authorizations. We need to control it very good in terms of protecting our the data resources. The same as zero trust, that is on another end is people when they try to get into the organization. So this is a good time when we have the people work from home. We ask them to revise their exit profile. That means that is a good time to let them think of what system and why they need to access to the system. Thanks to COVID.
Yes.
As the big organization, we have this. I think most of the organization have this kind of things, because we give control, give the access right to people, and business growing, so it change all the times.
Right.
So this is the time to ask. So I have the proper like a form or the process to let them think and let manager approve, so manager can see what they can access to.
Right.
So it helped us a lot in terms of building, revisiting the access right of all the people who ask for work from home.
And then get rid of all the legacy access rights, that they've carried through the years, right? And through the different roles that they have. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that is a time to get rid of the unnecessary access. Oh, okay, they may think, oh, okay, I have this, but I don't need it anymore.
Right.
So we can do minimize those risks as well. Yeah, this is what we do in this situation.
No, there's actually a new concept now, that we're seeing called just-in-time access, and this is especially evident in the cloud, because a lot of cloud gives you API to provision access, in addition to provisioning users. So basically, it's like a fire call ID. So when a privileged access is needed, that's at that time you provision it, and when they're done with it, you deprovision it. So literally, there'll be a lot less legacy access, being implemented. It's a concept called just-in-time access that's starting to, we're starting to see some of that traction going on. But yes, privileged access, is a foundational, least privilege is a foundational aspect of zero trust. Thank you, Dr. Kitty. How about you, Mark? You guys are again, fintech moving fast. Is zero trust a mandate? Is zero trust, a principle that's adopted in the fintech, in your fintech world?
Yeah, I think it is. But it's not, it's not the product. What other guys are selling out there. But
yeah,
I think every security professional out there, we all agree that it isn't really a product or a solution. It's really it's really those principles. And if you're a real security person, you already know these principles in your DNA day one. I mean, before they term that as or a buzzword as zero trust, you already know these principles, right? I think one thing I think in the principles, one thing that's quite interesting for me is the assume breach. Principle, and so that's really what makes it interesting or challenging, if I can say that, for our organization, right? I think three key things. Number one, really, and I'm starting to look like a broken record here. Visibility, right? I mean, we want to.
It is true, though. It's spot on. Visibility is key.
It's really one of the core things we put and we focus on. And we want really near. I always term this near real time. Because you probably don't have that real time, right? I want near real time inventory of all of our technology assets, and not just technology assets though, right? I mean, even non-tech assets like your third-party vendors, your suppliers, your merchants, right? Even the business and the operations within, even the people. I want to know all of them. What's their role?
Right.
What's their function, right? How are, so, but, right, I mean, zooming on technology, we want telemetry across all hosts and other critical infrastructure, and really to monitor for anything unusual, be it a traffic or an event, right? So, so that's number one. Number two is, it is supposed to be AAA, but now I'm just gonna term it AA. That's authentication and authorization. I mean, Dr. Kitty actually mentioned authorization aspect. So for me, it's authentication and authorization. For us, a simple example of that would be like, we want to allow like someone access to our IT network, given that they're working remote, we are authenticating and authorizing both the user and the device. It's not just the user, but also the device, right? For all of our internet-facing endpoints or systems, we employ multi-factor authentication, right? But actually, even internal, when you look at internal systems and you see, oops, these are like quote unquote critical ones, right? We want to probably employ MFA on those systems as well, right? So the third aspect is, and this is where the assume breach comes along, right? We strive to be resilient as an organization, right? I mean, we all know this. It's not a matter of if, but a matter of when are you going to be breached, or you probably don't know you're breached already. So, and that's why BCP and DRP, right? Business continuity programs and disaster recovery programs are key programs. That's really continually being improved and exercised in our organization. So yeah, those three things. That's really some few examples of how we employed zero trust within our organization. So.
No, and let me add that one of the biggest things that you can do, again, 15 years as a CISO, one of the key things that we did was we practiced breach, assume breach, right? And so we got the legal team together, we got the PR team together. We're not going to be caught by surprise, so we do a drill down tabletop exercise, on a very regular basis, bringing all the key business divisions together, the key IT folks, legal, PR, etc., and say, look, what happens in this scenario, right? What we're going to do, because to your point, it's not if, it's when, right? So you should be prepared. I think that's key. And a third A I will add to your authentication and authorization is anomaly. So anomaly detection is the cornerstone of zero trust, because the idea here is that one of the failures of zero trust is that once we've authenticated them, once we've authorized them, right, then we let them move across our environment freely. Okay, and that movement, that lateral movement, is what's causing us a lot of problem, because we don't validate them anymore. So anomaly detection, detecting that they're behaving in the way that they should be behaving, and when they're not, that we have the SOC team come and address that, I think is absolutely pivotal to a zero trust model. Great insight from both of you. Thank you so much. Time is flying past us. I think we're at the top of the hour here. Very, very engaging discussion with both of you, and great insights as noted. Any last words for our listeners, who are obviously in the same situation that we are, dealing with kind of a pandemic, post-pandemic world, dealing with cloud, dealing with IoT, etc., and trying to bring cybersecurity to the forefront. Dr. Kitty, any parting words for your listeners?
I think if you ask for one keyword, I would pick the empower. Empowering people in order to get the potential from them. We believe in potential, and then that will help back to secure entire organization. Thank you.
No, great. Thank you so much for that. And just to kind of add to that, we at Palo Alto Networks, we're huge on the empowerment. We actually have a whole division dedicated to educating kids from 5 years old on about digital security. We've got lots of programs to train our customers as well as our non-customers. So, to your point, empowering people to really think about cybersecurity, in a right way, both in terms of accountability as well as in terms of know-how, right? How to actually do it is huge. Thank you so much, Dr. Kitty. Mark, any wise words?
I'm not sure if I'm good at wise words, but really, to be honest, as a CISO, right, I think it's really important for you to look things on a very big picture, right? I mean, on the strategic view,
Yes,
and also put continuous improvement as part of that. The other key aspect that I see now, and it's really because it's timely because of the pandemic, is keep your people engaged. I mean,
yes,
people. I always, I think I've heard this in some of the organizations, that are happy employees means happy customers, right? That translates to happy customers in a way. So,
great.
I mean, keep people engaged so that they also, they pretty much perform the best work out there, and in turn, you get the, you get the best customer. Your customers will be happy, and so it's good for business. So that's where, yep. I think that's few advice there.
Well, folks out there, you heard it, right? Empower your people, invest in them, equip them, to do a good job. That I think, we all lean and look so hard at technology, and technology is very important, right? But having the right people, having the skilled people, and giving them a tool set that is easy to learn and that's comprehensive, that works well together. All those add up to pushing that cybersecurity posture forward in this post-pandemic world that we live in. Well, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you next time.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we come to the end of the conference sessions for the 8th edition of the World Financial Innovation Series. On behalf of TradePass, I thank all the delegates for their time. We hope you had an insightful time at the event. I thank all the speakers for sharing their knowledge and for the time and effort spent in creating their presentations. I thank the association and media partners for their extensive media coverage. I thank the sponsors for their valuable contribution, which has made it possible for us to lay a rich knowledge sharing platform. Gold sponsors, Coupa Software, Smart Message, Creologics, Palo Alto Networks. Silver sponsors, AppsFlyer, GitLab, Freshworks. Exhibitors, Content Square, Snowflake, Thought Machine. Do follow the TradePass page and stay tuned, and we will soon connect with the lucky winners with highest reward points. Do not log off yet. You can explore some of the latest technologies at the exhibition hall and visit the solution provider at the exhibiting booths. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have an exciting lineup events coming up. Do stay tuned to TradePass. Thank you.
DBS is the largest bank in Southeast Asia. We spend about $2 billion a year and have over 60,000 transactions every day. And what we wanted to create was a joyful experience for people that were procuring things on a day-to-day basis. Initially, I sat down by myself and thought, what does a good procurement system look like? And I thought about my personal life and Amazon. I buy off Amazon every day. So why is it so difficult to have an Amazon-type buying experience in a corporate environment? When we mapped out the employee journey, we realized that actually usability of the system was going to be one of the key factors that we needed to look for in selecting a procurement system going forward. We went about selecting the product in a very different way. So we actually shortlisted 6 suppliers and we had 200 people buy products from each of the systems and then simply vote for which one they liked the best. And clearly Cooper came out as the winner of that process. We're a very highly regulated industry in financial services. And not only that, the 6 locations we rolled out in are very different. The rules and the regulations are very unique to each of the markets. Cooper helped, especially through the compliant invoicing module, to make sure that we were meeting the regulation that is required. We went live with Cooper 6 months ago. We've already significantly increased our spend visibility. We now have over 400 million additional spend that goes through the procurement system. Of that spend, 92% is fully digitized. That means nobody touches it. It goes straight through and we don't have to worry about it, which of course has made the procurement journey very joyful for end users. We've reduced time spent on procurement by DBS employees by 70%. So I think the visibility that Cooper gives me into my supply base and what I'm spending with who, it's so powerful. My team can really focus on the value of procurement, which is working with suppliers on innovation and really driving DBS business forward.
Hey there, I'm Josh. Although I work as a mobile marketer, I've always felt that my job is actually pretty similar to a taxi driver. Just go with me for a second. My job is to take tens of thousands of users on journeys just in the digital world rather than on the roads. Which is probably good since I'm not an awesome driver. But getting customers to the right destination in the best way isn't always easy, and there are some pitfalls to avoid along the way. So, how can you make sure your customers are happy and always come back for another ride? Use customer experience and engagement tools that help you focus on 4 things. Personalization. They should know they matter. Contextualization. There should be a sense of where they are and where they're going. Smooth journey. They should get to their destination quickly and easily. Privacy. Customers should share only what they choose to. Every good taxi driver knows what to ask and what not to. How can you make sure this all happens? Easy. Drive a car with the best engine so that everything always runs smoothly, and it should have all the latest tools and systems you need to provide the best customer experiences that bring them from anywhere to the right location in the app every time. When you give your customers smooth, easy journeys, you boost conversion, and you build trust and keep users engaged and coming back for more, while dramatically increasing your return on experience. So, go ahead, give the AppsFlyer customer experience and deep linking suite a test drive, and see how easy it can be to take your customers on better journeys. I think I'll stick with digital ones myself.
GitLab is the open DevOps platform, changing how you deliver software. Whether you are working solo, on a small team, or for a large enterprise, our single application scales with you to provide unparalleled collaboration, security, and development velocity. Let's take a closer look on how GitLab helps teams collaborate, iterate, and deliver results that serve customers and business needs. Erin, a VP of App Development, notices a downturn on subscriber growth. Concerned with the impact this could have on the business, Erin communicates this to the team by uploading a screenshot of the troubling metric on their business general channel. From this very same channel, they can automatically trigger the creation of issues in GitLab. In this case, this third-party application is integrated using Wfis configuration. So as we can see here, by sending a message with this command in the business general channel, Erin created an issue on GitLab. Cool. From here, the team can take it and start collaborating and troubleshooting this issue and find out why the subscriber metric is going down. Parker uploads the screenshot to the GitLab issue and tags Delaney, the dev team lead, who will use GitLab metrics on their operations. On their operations, we can check some metrics of the Kubernetes cluster where the application is deployed. Checking this way some standard metrics such as CPU, memory, network, and so on. Everything seems fine. So Delaney goes back to the issue and concludes that it's not the infrastructure fault. Delaney suggests that the drop in subscribers could be caused by recent changes to the application front, thus reminding Parker of another issue about navigation problems in the mobile version of the app. Parker links the mobile website redesign issue to the subscriptions metrics one and brings Presley, the designer, into the conversation. Linking issues helps the team to create associations between them while troubleshooting the problem. Presley tries the website on different window sizes, and yes, the problem is in the front. The subscribe button is unreachable on mobile. Presley uses the issue boards and gives priority to the mobile website one. Alright, Presley works on the design using Figma. Designers can upload their work directly to GitLab issues. Here, we right-click on the design and select the corresponding issue where all the conversation has been happening. Click on Upload, and that's all it takes to send it to GitLab. And start handoff conversations over designs and code. The mobile redesign is ready. Coding time is about to start, so they tag Sasha, the developer. Because everyone has access to the same information, team silos are broken down. Discussion about the design happens in the GitLab issue. And when Sasha is ready to code, she creates a merge request. And by using the web IDE, she's ready to start adding the corresponding lines of code that will improve the website responsiveness. Alright, the changes to the style are added. She's ready to commit. Here we can see the diff in the code. And once she adds a meaningful commit message, we are ready to commit to this branch. This commit triggers our continuous integration pipeline, where the code Sasha just added will have to go through different stages where security scans, code quality, test coverage, and the creation of a review environment will need to be successful in order to be able to merge the changes into the main branch. Delaney, as the team lead, will review this merge request. He can take a look in the changes that were made. Select multiple lines of code to review them, if necessary. And alright, going back to the main page of the merge request, Delaney wants to try the application using Review Apps, which is an ephemeral environment that gets created thanks to GitLab Kubernetes integration. This environment allows us to try the application. Here, Delaney can click around and try the responsiveness of the website. That is the main concern and fix the team is attempting to do. It looks like the site responds well to different window sizes. Alright, back into the merge request page. Here we see that code owner's rule has been configured, requiring approval from Delaney if any changes to the CSS have been done. We can also notice that node security vulnerabilities were introduced by this merge request. Delaney expands the view for a full report, and everything seems compliant and okay. All right, it seems we are ready to merge. Clicking on Merge will start our production pipeline. Again, a series of automated steps that, when successful, will deploy our application to production environment. We are confident that everything will work out. Nevertheless, we can take advantage of GitLab metrics and see with our own eyes how our new deployment is doing in real world. We can configure custom monitoring endpoints using GitLab integration with Prometheus, monitoring key metrics of the app, such as requests to the subscribe endpoint. Monitoring this endpoint allows us to see that the subscriptions are back on the rise. That's great. The team has solved the problem and the business metric is back on track. If you made it this far, you probably want to learn more. Scan this QR code to visit GitLab Learn.